Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the resumption of the City Council meeting from last week. This is June 30th today. Just as usual, we are practicing social distancing, and members of council and some administration are attending through video conferencing. As usual, we ask you to ensure your video camera and microphones are turned off. When members of council wish to speak, they can enter the name in the chat window. The resumption of the City Council meeting from last week. This is June 30th today. Just as usual, we are practicing social distancing, and members of council and some administration. So good to hear twice. Attending through video conferencing. As usual, we're going to have to work on that to figure that out. Just for a moment, please. Okay. Yes, when you want to speak, just please enter your name in the chat window to be placed on the speaking order. And remember to unmute your microphone and enable your video camera. And as in past members of council meetings, we will break at 3:45 for 15 minutes. And then at 6 o'clock, we have a discussion on whether we continue on after that point in time. So we'll go back to our top of our I guess we need a confirmation of agenda. We do have a motion coming forward. So a confirmation of the agenda at the call of the chair. And I think Councillor Hawkins, you have a motion you want to talk about?
Thank you, Your Worship. I've moved confirmation of the agenda with the following addition. A notice of motion from Councillor, myself, and all members of City Council regarding the Public Complaints Commission, Civilian Oversight, and Community Policy and Community Safety and Wellbeing as agenda item MN 20-10. And Your Worship, I believe for that to be added to the agenda, it needs unanimous consent of council. It does. I don't anticipate a problem here because all of council has signed the notice of motion. They have done that, but for the formality, I do need to have a vote on that. So I want to ask the clerk to do the roll call on adding the motion to today's discussion. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll begin with you then, Councillor Hawkins, please.
In favor.
Councillor Young.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Murray.
Favor.
Councillor Bryce.
In favor.
Councillor O'Donnell.
In favor, thank you.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Flagel.
Yes.
And Mayor Fougere.
I vote yes.
It is unanimous, Your Worship.
So we will add that to the agenda in the usual place where we have our bylaws done and motions. But we'll begin at the top of our list that we left last time, and this is CR 20-52, Regina Planning Commission Rosewood Lane Excess Overlay. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. 2052 is the Rosewood Lane Access Overlay and Amendment. The original plan for this low-density subdivision was approved in the concept plan for Rosewood Park, which had its beginnings under the old bylaw of 9250. The plan has also received servicing agreement approval. So this brings the plan forward to be rezoned under the new zoning bylaw 2019. Under the old bylaw, lane access overlay allowing parking in the front as well as the back lane was permitted. This property is considered low density in the concept plan, and it is shown in that plan as having a rear lane. The new zoning bylaw has been amended to allow lane access overlay zone as a discretionary use for council's decision on a case-by-case basis. The amendment to the bylaw to allow lane access overlay was approved, and bylaw 2020-33 completes the amendment, and that is the next item on the agenda. Council will recall that a similar instance of LA access overlay zone was in the towns and considered by council on May 27, 2020. It too began development under the old bylaw and is awaiting the completion of the amendment to the bylaws to allow lane access overlay as a discretionary use. So this, in addition, the front yard setback changed from the old bylaw to the new bylaw. In the old bylaw, it was 7.3 meters, and in the new zoning bylaw, the setback is 8.5 meters. Since this began under the old bylaw, this asks for approval to allow the setback to continue as it was under the old bylaw. Mayor Fougere, there was considerable discussion in Planning Commission on parking, especially on-street parking. The plan provides ample parking for this development using both the front driveways and the back. The street itself is narrow. It's 8.7 meters, which can only accommodate parking on one side. The other side of the street opposite to this development is zoned residential low-rise zone with rear access lane only and no front parking. So there will be street parking on the opposite side of the street of the development before us. The development was designed to have front street parking on the opposite side, which is why the road itself was 8.7 meters width as part of the original concept plan. So this conforms to the original concept plan and the amended overlay zone in the new bylaw. There was no information about the planned development for this site. This is an RU residential urban zone under the new bylaw, and I would ask that administration describe the type of development that's allowed in this zone and if there's any information about this particular development. The vote on the Planning Commission was 10-1. And so I would recommend concurrence. So I need a seconder for this motion.
Yes, a seconder for the report, please. Councillor Flagel seconds that. Thank you. Are you finished?
So I would ask the administration to give us some information about RU residential urban zone under this new bylaw, and if there's any information about the type of the development that's in this property.
Thank you for that, Ms. Harlock.
Through you, Your Worship. So the RU residential zone allows for 2-unit developments as building row with both the front and rear access as proposed with the overlay. So there'll be a mix of 1 unit or 2 units on each of the parcels for this development.
Councillor Young.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. I would open it for questions now.
Thank you very much. So are there any questions on the report, any comments on the report? Councillor Flagel.
Thanks, and yeah, this is good to see finally. I'm just wondering, is this land ready to go as far as servicing up to the property in question, or do they have to do a bunch of infrastructure work prior to getting it to the curb of the street where all these houses are going to be?
Ms. Harlock.
Through you, Your Worship. I believe the servicing is in on these sites, but I would just ask Mr. Searle to confirm that.
Administration, go ahead.
Through you, Your Worship, there is a servicing agreement in place for these lands.
Okay.
That was it? Okay.
That's it.
So it's a servicing agreement, but my question was more, is the water and sewer up to the curb, or is it still sitting back at Courtney?
Mr. Searle or Ms.
No, I'm not worried about electrical
Okay,
and stuff. Sorry.
Ms. Harlock.
Your Worship. So the servicing came in to service the school, and so as per the servicing agreement, they'll be able to hook into our system. I just can't confirm right now if they've already done the servicing, because part of the challenge with this is that they had planned to do this, and that's why my understanding is that with the servicing agreement that they were starting to do site work to get it to the lots.
Okay, good, thanks. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. We have Councillor Stevens.
Your Worship, the question was already asked and answered.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Bershiani.
Thank you, Worship. Just in regards to the parking, I don't sit on planning, but I want to know from what Councillor Young has indicated, there's only parking on one side of the street, the other side is no parking. And can I just ask, was there any concern with no parking on having parking on just the one side? Through the
Ms.
chair.
Harlock?
Through you, your worship. So, no, this is, it's a new area. So at this point, there is lane access across the street, so there wouldn't be parking driveways on that side. So this way we don't foresee a problem with having the lane overlay zone on these lots because it does have that parking available on the other side of the street, which would allow for the approximately 20 parking stalls. And then each of these properties would have the ability to park in the front and the back.
Councilor Bresciani?
Okay. And with these developments, the garbages and all that will be picked up in the rear lanes, through the chair.
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, your worship. So those are details that we would go through with our operations, but it would be the anticipation that it would be rear with a lane.
Councilor Bresciani?
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilor Massanelli?
Thank you, through the chair. I have one question. With the parking only allowed on one side of the street, the signage indicating there's no parking allowed, is that up while the units are being built and sold, so it's not a surprise to the future potential buyers? I know in other prior builds, there's been a surprise later on after the signs go up, after people have already occupied. Through the chair.
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, your worship. So the intent is through the servicing agreement that any signage would be put up before purchasers come in.
Perfect. That's all I need to know. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Massanelli. No other speakers? Councilor Young, do you want to close debate?
No. I'm
Okay,
fine.
then we'll ask for the vote. Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, your worship. I will
Point of
begin.
order, Your Worship. It's Councilor Murray.
Pardon me?
I just had a question. It's Councilor Murray. Just had a question on point of order. For agenda items like this, where it's planning and there doesn't anticipate to be any no votes, could we just ask if anyone opposed? Is that sufficient?
Well, I'm prepared to do that, but we've asked for a roll call to do that.
Yeah.
So I think we should, it's
Okay.
up to what council wants to do. I think in fairness, we say what our vote is. So it takes a bit longer, but that way we know who votes yes, who votes no. Mr. Clerk?
Okay. I'll begin with you, Councilor Young, please.
In favor?
Councilor Flagel.
Yes.
Councilor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councilor O'Donnell.
In favor.
Councilor Bryce.
In favor.
Councilor Murray.
In favor.
Councilor Findura.
In favor.
Councilor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councilor Stevens.
Opposed.
Councilor Hawkins.
In favor.
Mayor Fougere.
I vote yes.
Carries 10-1, your worship.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. So we have three bylaws on full reading, and then we have one bylaw on the Compensation Review Commission at third reading only. So, Deputy Mayor, could you do the first three?
Thank you.
And I'm going to ask for the indulgence of council that I ask for anyone opposed as we go forward, because it'll be very slow to be going through this on a roll call for each reading. So
Okay.
before you do it, does anybody object to that process?
Your worship, it's Hawkins.
Yes.
On 20-35, I'll have to declare a conflict, so I'll have to step out for that vote.
Yes. I've asked that to be voted on separately, Councilor Hawkins, knowing that you have to step out.
Thank
So we're
you.
doing the first three. Councilor
Thank
Flake.
you.
Okay, thank you. Moved by myself, seconded by Councilor Mancinelli, that bylaw 2020-33, 38, and 39 be introduced and read a first time.
Anyone opposed to that reading? Mr. Clerk, you don't want to?
I just want to check something, your worship.
Go right ahead.
35 is not
I
on
believe
here.
37. Yes.
We dealt with 37 separately.
No, just check.
Okay. Anyone opposed to first reading? That's carried. Councilor Flagel?
I can do it.
Go ahead.
Yeah, good. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Bryce, that bylaw 2020-33, 38, and 39 be read a second time.
Mr. Clerk.
For the record, Your Worship, Council will now consider these three public hearing bylaws. Because of the COVID pandemic, we asked interested parties if anyone wished to submit a final or a formal submission, and none were received. So with respect, you were asked to pass 2020-33 to clarify regulations, errors, and correct zoning assignments, designations on maps. 2020-38 to accommodate residential dwellings with front and rear vehicular access in the Rosewood Parks subdivision, and 2020-39 to apply the residential urban zone to a subject property in West Stara.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Anyone opposed to second reading? It's carried. Councillor Flagel.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Bresciani, that Council hereby consent to bylaw 2020-33, 38, and 39 going to third reading at this meeting.
Anyone opposed? That's carried unanimously. Councillor Flagel.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Stevens, that bylaw 2020-33, 38, and 39 be read a third time.
Anyone opposed? Those bylaws are carried. Now we'll go on to number 35, and Councillor Hawkins, I believe you're going to step out for this vote.
Thank you. I'll step out for a few minutes.
It will be short.
Are you out?
He would be answering. We're ready to go.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Murray, that bylaw 2020-35 be read a third time.
Anyone opposed?
Opposed?
I'm opposed as well. So I see two no.
8-2.
It passes.
8-2.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
So we'll wait for Councillor Hawkins to join us virtually again, and we'll start discussing the taxi bylaw review. We have three separate delegations.
Point of order, Mayor,
Yes.
Councillor.
I've returned, Your Worship.
Just a question with the addenda to call of the chair. Is there any time-sensitive documents we should be addressing in case the meeting runs long again?
Well, we're dealing with delegations, and they waited some time last time, so I really felt that we should get through delegations first, and then we can deal with prior items after that.
Okay, just making sure. Thank you.
Good. So our first delegation on the taxi bylaw review is Jake Brockman. Are you there, Mr. Brockman?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Good afternoon, and welcome to Regina City Council. I believe this is your first time here. If you can introduce yourself, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation time, and members of council may have questions afterwards. And I will remind everyone that you have like about 1 minute left in your presentation time, so we don't go over time. So the floor is yours.
Thanks very much, and good afternoon, Mayor Fougere and members of council. My name is Jake Brockman, and I'm a manager of public policy with Uber Canada. I'm here today to speak to you about Uber's experience in Regina and what we are doing to keep our platform safe on an ongoing basis. In 2019, staff and council worked together to introduce a streamlined regulatory system with strict safety criteria for TNCs in Regina. Council did this because Reginans wanted an additional flexible earning opportunity at the click of a button and a safe and reliable ride to and from the grocery store or a doctor's appointment. You trusted us that we would bring a safe and compliant system to Regina, and we took this responsibility very seriously. Today, I'm happy to say that the first year of operations has been a success. 2 pieces of data stand out to me. In the vehicle for hire update, staff writes that the city has not received complaints from passengers about services that have been provided by Uber, nor have any TNC drivers reported any concerns. The report also highlighted that even though the service was available for less than a year, regulated rides, including taxi and ride sharing, increased by 13%, and growth was continuing into 2020 until COVID unfortunately struck. Taxi and ride sharing can coexist in a market like Regina and actually help drive even more demand for safe, regulated rides. This is good news for Regina and speaks to the prudent work that Council did in 2019 in bringing a regulatory framework forward that enables innovation while protecting riders and drivers. Looking ahead, the question of safety on the platform is one that is always top of mind. So I want to spend some time today discussing what we do to keep our platform safe. In particular, I want to highlight 3 points. First, every rider in an Uber has live access to safety features through the app. The rider is given the name of the driver, the make and model of the car and license plate in advance of the trip, and that information is retained by Uber. If anything goes wrong on a trip, a rider can share their trip status with a friend, get 24/7 incident support, or call an emergency assistance button. Through our technology, the app displays your location and trip details, so emergency services know exactly where the incident is taking place and can respond quickly. And because the app keeps a record of the trip details, a rider can report a problem to law enforcement or to Uber even after a trip is completed. This automatic data recording can be contrasted with, for example, a taxi situation where a passenger has to remember the taxi cab number for the driver to be held accountable, or where, in a case recently in Regina, a taxi driver was attacked and the assailant was unknown. Second, Uber works very closely with law enforcement. We have an online portal just for law enforcement inquiries where law enforcement can put in data and information requests from Uber. We also have a law enforcement operations team that works on the ground with local law enforcement, including Regina Police. Third, we work very hard to keep our drivers safe on the platform. Drivers have access to 24/7 support and the emergency button, as well as in-app features such as speed limit alerts. While these represent some of our key safety features at the moment, we are constantly working to improve the safety of our platform, leveraging technology wherever possible. In discussions on safety, many cities such as Calgary and Ottawa have examined requiring cameras in TNC vehicles, but have decided against it for a number of reasons. Most importantly, TNCs and limos only accept prearranged rides, whereas taxis are granted special permission to operate via street hails and accept cash. Prearranged trips through a TNC app, with the additional safety features described previously, provide an additional layer of security.
Mr. Brock, you have 1 minute left in your time period.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We share data with our regulators on an ongoing basis and retain it for law enforcement purposes. To work effectively, cameras installed must be tamper-proof, always on, and only accessible to police, so as to protect the privacy of riders vis-a-vis drivers. Even then, it raises significant privacy concerns, as the same ride-sharing vehicles used commercially are also used privately to take drivers' families to and from activities and appointments. It would be a significant privacy violation to be recording a family's private activities. Finally, as we enter a new phase of economic recovery in Canada, imposing an additional cost on drivers, particularly when there is no evidence that it increases the safety of the platform, is misguided and will only hurt drivers. While we respect Council's desire to investigate this matter further, we believe that a staff report would yield similar findings to those in Calgary and Ottawa. In conclusion, I want to thank Council and staff for their cooperation over the past year, and we look forward to many more years of cooperation. Thank you, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Brockman, for your presentation. And there are questions. I'll begin with Councillor Murray.
Thank you, through the chair. Mr. Brockman, thank you for your presentation. My question is on if you are at liberty to speak at all on the Supreme Court of Canada ruling last Friday regarding Uber and how that may change the business model of Uber in our community. If you could just speak on that at all. Great.
Mr. Brockman?
Through you, Your Worship. Thank you very much, Councillor Murray, for that question. Last week, the Supreme Court ruled that the arbitration clause in Uber's contracts with its drivers needed to be reevaluated. And as a part of that, that there was that the class action against Uber could move forward. That process will take some time to move through the court system, but I would say, Councillor, that a lot of drivers appreciate the flexibility that the platform brings to them. They appreciate the independent contractor status, and we work very hard to provide those earning opportunities to drivers in Regina and across Canada.
Councillor Murray?
Thanks. Thank you very much for the response. That was my only question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Bresciani?
Thank you. I do have a question in regards to safety for women. First, I want to ask about women drivers, and this would probably go hand in hand with the cameras. I know that there was a study found that the riders were the ones that were kind of accused. Driving, about 45% of the reports were serious sexual assaults. So I know that Uber you have taken some steps to protect drivers. Why would cameras not be warranted, especially for women drivers? If you can respond.
Mr. Brockman?
Through your worship, thank you very much, Councillor Bresciani. And let me first say that we're proud to have a high number of female drivers on the platform. And what we hear from them is that it is actually the technology in the app that they prefer as the safety features, particularly the kind of safety toolkit that I outlined, whereby they have immediate assistance from both Uber internal teams, but also from law enforcement at the click of a button. And let me say that on the issue of women's safety, something that we take very seriously here in Canada. And actually during the COVID pandemic, we've had a partnership with YWCA and chapters across Canada, including in Saskatchewan, where we actually transported victims of domestic violence from their homes to shelters. And I think that speaks to the safety of the platform as well as the technology features that allow for that safety on an ongoing basis.
Councillor Bresciani?
Yes, thank you for that. Thank you for that through the chair. Yes, I was going to ask about that campaign. You have referenced it. Is there, and that was just through transporting those women. There was no dollars or anything like that raised to go back to any kind of shelters or human trafficking or anything like that?
Mr. Brockman?
Through the chair.
Through your worship, it's a great question, Councillor Bresciani. As a matter of a fact, that our commitment to YWCA as part of the pandemic not only consisted of rides, meals, and deliveries in kind, but also we worked with the YWCA to raise money through our own campaign for them. And we don't have the final numbers yet, but this was a highly successful campaign that helped direct a number of folks donate to the YWCA, and that money made its way to local chapters.
Councillor Bresciani?
Thank you. Do you know, through the chair, will that make it to our city at all? Through the chair? Through the Y? Sorry, not the city of Regina, but through the Y.
Through your worship, I'm not precisely sure, Councillor Bresciani, but I can get back to you on that and chat with the YWCA contact to figure out exactly how much of it got to different chapters across Canada.
Great. Thank you for that. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Fundura?
Thank you. Can you hear me, Your Worship?
Yes.
Okay, I've changed location, so I want to make sure. Mr. Brockman, thank you for presenting. I have a question for you. How many vehicles are on your platform in Regina?
Mr. Brockman?
Through you, Your Worship, thank you, Councillor Fundura, for your question. Councillor Fundura, I don't have a precise number of total vehicles that I can provide at this time. Obviously, it fluctuates quite a bit from day to day, and we have seen a drop-off during the pandemic, of course. But as the staff report illustrated, at our peak, there's about 400 or just over 400 drivers who have been using the platform in Regina, and many of those have been working on a part-time basis to make a little bit of extra money on the side.
Councilor
Okay,
Fedora?
thank you for that. Yeah, through your worship, as you've read some of the submissions from the presenters that are coming after you, I'm just going to ask you, it's probably difficult to kind of police it, but I'm going to ask it. The discussion is, and you read in that submissions that there are, rogue drivers, or there are drivers on your platform, not necessarily, taking cash trips and all that. Is this something that's been flagged, or I mean that's a loaded. You don't have to answer it, but I just because there are some submissions that are being spoken about that the taxi industry knows that there are drivers that are taking cash because everything on your platform is through app and no hailing on a corner on the street and all that stuff. So is this something that's been, it's been noted to you or come by you through your worship?
Mr. Brockman.
Through you, your worship, thank you for the question, Councillor Fendura. What I would say on that is, I definitely have seen the submissions from other folks who will be speaking after me, and just want to say that accepting cash and accepting street hail is, expressly forbidden through the Uber community guidelines. And where those incidents do come up to us, we take quite swift and decisive action against those who are found in violation of the community guidelines. Definitely have heard some of the speculation about what's going on in Regina, and I think you have my commitment that we will look into this and make sure that our community guidelines are being met and followed by all of the drivers who are affiliated with Uber. Because it's clearly offside if that ain't happening.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Thank you, Your Worship, Mr. Brockman. I appreciate your answer, your comment. To Your Worship, one more small question about. I know that you through Uber there's a third-party criminal record check, and there was discussion. I might be asking that question later on about how there's no cost of major cost of having a criminal record check through a local authority. Is this something that you would stand in opposition, or you because this is talking about safety to our community? Would you stand in opposition of asking for a local authority here, police, to have that to have the bylaw to only city police will check and if there's RCMP in the jurisdictions that are willing to cooperate, that would be accepted as a record.
Mr. Brockman.
Your Worship.
Through you, Your Worship. Thank you, Councillor Fendura. I would need to look into the specifics of what is being proposed in terms of background checks, but I would say that under the current framework in Saskatchewan and Regina, there are quite thorough background checks for Uber drivers in Regina, and we go through quite serious protocols on our own end to make sure that those documents are maintained and kept consistent throughout a driver's lifetime on the platform. Certainly background checks are something we do take very seriously on the platform, and something that we continue to monitor going forward.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Brockman. Yeah, I'm good. Thank you. Thank you, Worship.
Okay. Councillor Stevens.
Great. Thank you, Your Worship. Jake, thanks a lot for answering the questions. I just want to make sure I heard you correct, but there hasn't been any complaints raised against drivers by passengers, and similarly, there haven't been any complaints against passengers by drivers. Is that correct?
Mr. Brockman.
Through you, Your Worship. Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Yes, that is what was reported by the administration in their report on TNC that went to committee earlier in June.
Thank you. And there have been no complaints or reports filed with the Regina Police Service about any altercations in Uber vehicles?
Mr. Brockman?
Through your worship to Councillor Stevens, I can't speak definitively on that point. There is a portal, as I mentioned before, the law enforcement response portal, where law enforcement can communicate with Uber's law enforcement response team on matters that are raised by different folks. And I don't know, and I can't 100% say that there have not been any incidents like that in Regina.
Dr.
Thank you. Thank you, through the chair. Because the report and the taxi industry is interested in leveling this playing field, I'll ask you some questions about cameras. It's a big issue. You have come out against, and the company has come out against the use of cameras, but Uber has a policy about camera use, does it not?
Mr. Brockman?
Through you, your worship, Councillor Stevens, you're correct. We have a policy for drivers who wish to use cameras in their vehicles, but we do not feel that cameras in vehicles should be mandated by municipalities as the safety features have not been proven out, and in fact that the safety features in the application that I've described above are actually seen by law enforcement as more robust than cameras in many instances.
Councillor Stevens?
Thank you. Through the chair, there are reports from the United States that Uber was actually encouraging camera use while discouraging policy changes. And it was doing so because of complaints by drivers and passengers that these disputes weren't settled appropriately. Can you comment on that Uber was encouraging in experiments in Texas and elsewhere the use of cameras to help deal with disputes?
Mr. Brockman?
Through you, your worship, thank you, Councillor Stevens. I'm afraid I don't know the specifics of that pilot project that you're referencing. All I would say is that our drivers are independent contractors, and as such, they are free to, do with their vehicles what they wish within the mandate and the scope of the bylaw of the jurisdiction that they're operating in, as well as the community guidelines of Uber. I will say that on your question of feedback from drivers and riders, what we do hear is that both parties are just looking for swift resolution of disputes that come up during trips, and we found that the fastest way to resolve these disputes and the most streamlined way is through the apps. So any issues that one has with a trip, be it on the driver or rider side, you can kind of log that within the application. There's a full record of the trip, the timing, the location, the different aspects of the trip, and then that is used to kind of adjudicate the claim and see if a community guideline was or was not violated.
Okay, thank you. To these, through the chair, through these safety protocols, you and others have said that this provides some security for both parties. Yet Uber has confronted and settled tens of millions of dollars in lawsuits in the United States because of the failure to protect safety and the failure to actually meet, the expectations of both parties in this arbitration process. Have these kinks been worked out, or is this simply the cost of doing business in an industry where there are inherent safety concerns?
Mr. Brockman?
Through your worship, it's a great question, Councillor Stevens, and I would say that I think Uber's commitment to safety means that we are always thinking about new ways to use technology to make the platform safer. So some of the numbers that you've referenced and that we've discussed, came out of the 2019 safety report that we released proactively in the United States. And as part of that, we made commitments to, for example, use selfie technology to ensure drivers were who they say they were. And we've been using that actually in COVID to ensure masks are being worn. That being said, there is always more to do in this front. And I think, there's a big push, not only among Uber, but many TNCs to kind of think about what's next on the safety front. And I think you will see in the coming months a kind of steady drumbeat of new products coming out through the app that help make the app more safe for drivers and riders.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, move on to Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I'm not going to use my camera because my Wi-Fi is not great here. My question is regarding, we've talked about masks and things like that. What all do your drivers have in place for the pandemic that we're having to ensure safety of the clients?
Mr. Brockman.
Through you, Your Worship, thank you very much for that question, Councillor Bryce. It's top of mind for us during the pandemic. Let me just chat through a little bit about what we've done to keep the platform safe and how we're working on that in the future. I think the first thing to say is that, as a transportation company, we actually, made some waves across the world by asking people to stay home. So we made a conscientious decision as a company to tell people to stay home and only travel as absolutely necessary through the pandemic. Obviously, there were still folks like frontline workers who needed to get from point A to point B and wanted a safe trip. So we thought a lot about how to make our platform as safe as possible. And, we were one of the first companies to come out with an official mask policy in May, mandating that drivers and riders wear masks in an Uber, as well as not allowing passengers in the front seat. And as part of that, we backed that up with a big push across the world in providing masks and cleaning supplies to many drivers. And we continue to do that as supply chains open up. So that's the current policy. And, just to elaborate on one final point, if you go in the app right now to take a trip, you will be asked kind of a series of questions to make sure that you're fit and safe to ride, and that you also understand the current public health guidance for the jurisdiction that you're in. So, all of these safety features combined have helped create the safest platform possible during the pandemic. And of course, we'll continue to do more as the pandemic continues.
Councillor Bryce.
Thank you.
Councillor Flagel.
Thanks, and thank you for taking the questions too. What I'm wondering about is, under your Uber system, are you better with a deregulated taxi industry in a city or a regulated one? Does it matter to you?
Mr. Brockman.
Through you, Your Worship. Thank you, Councillor Flagel. What I would say, Councillor, is that, taxi will know best what works for taxi. And, if they're in favor of the packages going in front of council, then, I would, suggest that council take those recommendations seriously. I think just in general, we see that, TNCs and taxis, while there are some similarities, there are a lot of differences. So, while it's laudable to try to create a level playing field, I think some of the differences need to be well understood. And I think Regina has, to this point, done a very good job of that. And some of the proposals that are on the floor today, I think will continue to improve the system for transportation more broadly.
Okay, thanks. But you didn't answer my question. Are you better with a deregulated or a regulated in your world?
I think he did, but I'll actually ask the question one more time, but I think he did at the very beginning. Mr. Bachman.
Thank you, Your Worship, and Councillor. You know, I don't want to answer, you know, whether it's one or the other at either extreme. I just think, you know, what I would say is, you know, as TNC regulations have advanced over time, I think you've seen in a lot of jurisdictions, taxi regulations have advanced to come more in line with the times. I think that's where we stand.
Okay, good, thanks. One thing that I'm not clear on is if you get a ride that wants to go to Fort Capel or Moose Jaw or Saskatoon or wherever, are you guys open to all those different locations, or do you want to stick to Regina?
Mr. Bachman?
Through you, Your Worship, Councillor Flegel, I don't know the exact map of Saskatchewan in terms of where we do and we do not operate. I know we operate in Saskatoon as well. I think, you know, depending on where we operate, the kind of radius that the app can be turned on is different. But, you know, most trips from centers like Regina where we operate, you're able to take those trips in the app. It doesn't necessarily mean that the place that you are going to has Uber turned on, but you can definitely get there.
Right, that's what I was wondering about, because if you take Moose Jaw as an example, it's 45 minutes away. So I'm just wondering because I know the cab industry does it and they go back and forth. So I was just a question because I'd never known that. I guess one of the other things is that this is not about you being in Regina. I don't think that's the issue. The level playing field, which you mentioned. So when I look at cameras, decals, vehicle inspections, it seems that our cab industry is doing a lot more of that. If the table was turned, would you fight as much as the cab industry is to get a level playing field so it can be competitive across the board?
Mr. Bachman?
Through you, Your Worship, what I would say to that, Councillor Flegel, is, you know, I think Uber have kind of fought those battles in a lot of places to get into the different markets that have established TNC regulation, like Regina has done, and, you know, where there are issues with the bylaw that we think hurt our ability to operate, you know, then we do kind of, you know, raise those, similar to how taxi in many jurisdictions like Regina raises issues with their taxi bylaw. So, you know, I think where possible, you know, we're both trying to stay in business and provide a reliable service to Reginans, and, you know, where the bylaws could be improved or amended, I think we kind of come to councils across Canada and make those thoughts known.
Perfect. Thanks for your answers and your time. Take care.
Thank you, Councillor Flegel. Councillor Massanelli.
Thank you. Through the chair, you've described the safety of your app. It sounds like you've done a fairly robust job of reinforcing it. Are all the other TNCs the same caliber Uber is?
Mr. Bachman?
Through you, Your Worship, you know, thank you, Councillor Mancinelli, for the question. I can't speak for the other TNCs that operate in Canada and the United States. What I would say is that it is a highly competitive market for safety, and we know that it is one of the key differentiators for drivers and riders. So, you know, that pushes us to be even better in this area.
Okay. I guess just to follow up, other municipalities with cameras, how has that been to implement when they have demanded it?
Mr. Bachman?
Through you, Your Worship, Councillor Mancinelli, no jurisdiction in Canada that has ride sharing currently mandates cameras in vehicles. Right now, it is absolutely voluntary for drivers. Calgary and Ottawa have looked at this issue in quite great detail and rejected the idea of making cameras mandatory for many of the reasons that I spoke about earlier.
And is that throughout North America or just Canada? Are the cameras mandatory in American municipalities?
Mr. Bachman?
Through your worship, Councillor Manson, I would have to get back to you on that. I just deal with Canada for Uber.
Okay. Just to follow up, taxi bylaws have been regulated for about 40 years. It took a long time to get to the point to demand a camera in the car for safety, and it did bring about a level of safety. I noticed that the first safety report I find for TNCs comes around December of 2019 when I go to the Google to see what's available. Is that when safety tracking started for the TNC industry, and it was basically self-reporting at that time? Is that an accurate assessment?
Mr. Bachman?
Through you, Your Worship, it's a great question, Councillor Mancinelli. That was the first public-facing report that Uber made about safety on its platform. What that doesn't capture is the ongoing safety reporting that we do with regulators and with police services in the jurisdictions that we operate. So whereas that was kind of a roll-up of safety data that we had collected over time, we had been kind of communicating those pieces of data at more local levels on an ongoing basis, as we do now since we started operating. So, we're proud of the fact that the law enforcement portal that we use is kind of best in class at having the police services kind of reach out to Uber with different queries about potential incidents, and within a very short response time, often under an hour and often less than half an hour, our team will work with law enforcement to get them what they need to kind of continue their investigation.
Thank you. One more question from a different frame of mind. I've also noticed that there's been hidden camera recording done in TNCs, and that's been a problem as well. Any comment on that?
Mr. Bachman?
In the hidden camera, I mean the driver recording the passengers in some bad manner.
Mr. Bachman?
Through Your Worship, Councillor Mancinelli, again, that is expressly forbidden by Uber's community guidelines, and in cases where breaches of those guidelines are found, we deal with those very seriously, and there are consequences for individuals.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Councilor Mancinelli. If there's no other questions for you, Mr. Bachman, thank you very much for appearing virtually before City Council. You can stand down now. We'll go to our next delegation. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Have a great day.
The next delegation is Glenn Sally. Mr. Sally, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Well, good afternoon. Welcome to City Council. If you could identify yourself, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and members of council will likely have questions for you afterwards.
Okay. Your Worship and City Councilors, my name is Glenn Solly from Capital Cabs. I sent a 5-page thing. I'm not going to read it all. I'm going to read some of it. I want to talk about cameras in the cars. We talked about cameras in ride shares, and the administration says why ride share doesn't need them. Privacy. Nowadays, there is no privacy. Wherever we go, cameras are everywhere. Businesses, houses, stores, gas stations, etc. Rideshare has safety features in their apps, but so does all the taxi dispatch systems. Plus, it gives the customers privacy, as well as every trip, including street pickups, time of trips, address, etc., car number, plate number, as well as the driver's badge number, phone number, type of taxi, color of the vehicle, and also can do a vehicle trace on the route. But we still have to put cameras in. The other issue is the privacy for taxi operators. To say that taxi drivers operate their taxis 24/7 days a week is false. Drivers take their kids to school, go to drivers take their kids to school, they take their wives to work, take their go to the doctors, etc. 40% of our taxis have no night drivers, and some only work 5 days a week. Where's their privacy? They're not complaining. I recommend cameras for everyone, or take the cameras out of the taxi bylaw and let the taxi industry decide if they want cameras or not. Capital Cabs will not stop with the cameras. What about the 50% of road rideshare operators with no data on their trip, no insurance? Don't these customers deserve some kind of security? These trips need cameras to protect the customers and the drivers. There is no other protection, no app, no tracing of the trip, etc. Safety should outweigh privacy when dealing with the public. I will have to say cameras have been a good thing for the industry and the public safety. The city had us put the cameras in for safety. Again, I said the city has made us put cameras in for safety. Anyone can use the apps to get their friends ride. They do it all the time. Does it mean that person that's on it, they can phone and get their kids, use their app and get their kids to school? They can do anything with the app. Get a friend, take him home on the app. And who are the customers who the customer is all the time? You don't know who the customer is all the time on the apps. I just recently had somebody use our app, and to find out it wasn't the customer, that he was using it for somebody else, and that was on the app. So also realized on the road trips, the city loses money, SGI loses money, and so does the rideshare companies lose money. Where's the safety? Also, tips are passed among drivers all the time. And another comment I have to have is Uber was robbed in Calgary just recently. I want to talk about the seasonal plates. 37% of the seasonal plates need to be given to the brokerage. If we need them, we'll use them. But right now is a very difficult time for the industry.
So, Sally, you have a minute to go in your presentation time.
The public needs a healthy taxi industry. I know and I realize that apps aren't the answer for everyone, and we all have apps for years. To run a dispatch brokerage is very expensive. Please consider the 37% of the seasonal plates to the brokerages. We do not know the future of the industry right now, but your administration probably has other ideals. Thank you. Please support Regina's local businesses. Thanks, Capital Cabs and Quinsolling.
Thank you, Mr. Sally, for your presentation, and I'll see if there's questions from members of council. We have read your brief, so we're aware what you wrote down to. Councillor Fundura.
Okay.
Councillor Fundura.
Trying to get my stuff here again. Looks like I'm in a different location here. Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Sully, you can hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Question to you. Do the police, because you're talking about cameras, and the cameras are safety for the driver and the passenger, and I would suggest the surrounding area. Do the police ask you for USB on a random investigation that they are doing?
Mr. Sally?
All the time. All the time. They do it for everything. They do it for not just for between the driver and the customer. If there's an incident that happened on the street, they could ask us to check to see if we had any cars driving down the street, and they could ask for the USB for that too. The cameras is, like I said, it's a safety thing. It should be for everybody.
Councillor Fundura?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
So the next question to you is about the criminal record check. So right now, your industry, you have to go through the city police, and they got a certificate. And now with the rideshare and the TNC, however you want to look at that, they just go to the third party record check. How do you feel that on? How do you feel with that?
From what I heard today, I'm disturbed. I'm very disturbed. We all have Walmer sector search. I just heard Uber says it's taking from women's, from the YMWCA. I'm troubled about that. These drivers haven't went through a Walmer sector search. Everybody should be through a Walmer sector search. I'm very troubled about that when I hear that they're taking people in vulnerable people and don't even have the vulnerable sector search. That's for sure. They shouldn't be doing that. They're not cleared to do that. They should not be doing that. I'm very disturbed about that.
Councilor Fundura.
Okay, and the next, then another question. The inspections through city, they just go on their inspection through HGI, and you have to go through HGI and the city. That's what you were talking about that before. What is your concern on doing both? Are you concerned of let's say rideshare, TNC doing only one? What is your concern there?
I think again you want to be fair. Sorry, Your Worship. Again, you want to be fair. It should be for both or for none. But I do recommend that everybody goes through the city, and they should be licensed through the city. The drivers should be licensed through the city. They should have some kind of a badge, because taxi drivers are cleared before they can drive. Uber drivers are cleared after they drive. I think there's problems with that. When you clear them after they drive, I'm very disturbed about that. So drivers are cleared. The car is cleared before it's driven. There could be issues there with the car, and that everybody should be inspected.
Okay, and then on the camera, thank you, Your Worship, Mr. Solly. In your opinion, you were talking about camera, and you said that the camera should be in every vehicle that's on the road, transporting a vulnerable or transporting citizens or any customer. Once you get on the road, you should be that. So,
Mr. Solly?
Give me a little bit more. Give me a little bit more on your thoughts on the camera, because the camera is more than just for one purpose. Why would you? Why you? I mean, you're speaking about taking off the camera from your industry, and then you said maybe not. So, can you give me a little bit more details on what you meant by what you're trying to say there?
Well, I think the cameras are what. Sorry about that, Your Worship. I think the cameras are vital to everybody in the industry. As you heard, the rideshare companies, all the incidents that happens right across North America. Why would you want that? The way Regina's running the cameras, where they have to go in and be inspected by the city, what is wrong with that? There's the privacy right there, but is there any issues that arise from the cameras? I mean, the cameras don't lie, they have that. And you want that safety feature. I mean, that's what you told us when we first bought it. We fought you on it. But I see the importance. The cameras have saved my drivers, and sometimes if they do something wrong, well, you know what? The cameras don't lie. So it protects both the driver and the customer at all times, and that's what we want. Safety is your number one concern here. Not forget privacy. Safety is the number one concern for both everybody. For the public, it's very important, and I'm outweighing anything else comes up, but safety is your number one concern when it comes to dealing with the public, and we need that. Everybody needs that when you're talking about transporting the public. And now when I hear the vulnerable are getting transported with rideshare, obviously there has to be some changes there when it comes to the criminal record checks. If that's what's happening, there's got to be some changes there, and you need cameras definitely in that.
Councilor Fundura.
Okay. Thank you, Your Worship. I think I've got enough.
Thank you, Councilor Fundura. That's good. Any other questions of the delegation? Thank you, Mr. Solly, for your presentation and answering questions. You can stand back, please. And
okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. We have a communication from Sandy Archibald from Regina Cabs. Could I have a motion to receive and file, please?
So moved, Councilor Bryce.
Councilor Bresciani.
Thank you, Councilor Bresciani. Seconder, please.
So moved, Councilor Stevens.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens, anyone opposed to accepting that as receive and file? Thank you very much. We'll go on to two people on one delegation is Jaljit Singh and Kamaljit Grewal. Are you there? They haven't called in? Okay. They haven't called in, so if I could have their presentation receive and file as well, please. Motion to accept it, Councillor Flagel.
Hawkins.
Councillor Hawkins, seconded.
Second,
Anyone
Hawkins.
opposed to it? That's passed. Thank you very much. And Del Vandekamp is a receive and file as well. If I could have a motion to accept that as receive and file, please.
Andrew?
Councillor Stevens, thank you. A seconder?
Bresciani, seconder.
Councillor Bresciani, thank you very much. Anyone opposed to receiving that as a receive and file? That's carried. Thank you very much. Now the supplemental report on Taxi and Transportation Network Company report, IR 20-2. This is receive and file to help provide information on the next report before us. Could I have a motion to get this on the floor to receive and file, please?
So moved, Hawkins.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Seconder?
Seconded, Joel.
Andrew?
Okay, thank you.
Bresciani.
Thank you, Joel, for that. Councillor Murray, that's good. So, is there any discussion on the information item? Okay, well, anyone opposed to that report?
I do have a question, Your Worship. Sorry, I'm just trying to
Okay,
get the speaker on
if you
here.
could put your name in the chat to Councillor Stevens, that'd be helpful. Go ahead.
Yes. To administration, could you comment on the engagement with drivers in either TNCs or the taxi industry when you were putting this report and other research together?
To the City Manager.
Well, you,
Oh, Mr. Weary, go ahead.
sure. I'll ask Ms. Shakowski, the Manager of Licensing and Parking, to respond to that question.
Ms. Shakowski.
Through your worship, we requested information from all those in the taxi industry when putting this report together, and had majority of the responses were received from taxi brokers and only a few from decal owners and taxi drivers. We did not reach out to Uber drivers at that point in time because the original report was just for recommendations for changes to the taxi bylaw and not the vehicle for hire bylaw.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair. The USW/the steelworkers at one point were players in this discussion. Was the union at all contacted?
Ms. Shakowski.
Through the chair, they were contacted through interested party lists with respect to the reports coming through. However, they did not receive individual communication when we contacted those in the industry.
Okay, thank you.
So I'd ask that we use information to help inform the next report. So I'll call for a vote on report IR 20-2. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. I will start with you, Councillor Mancinelli, please.
Approved.
Councillor O'Donnell.
In favor.
Councillor Bryce.
In favor.
Councillor Murray.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Young.
In favor.
Councillor Flagel. And Mayor Fougere.
I vote yes.
Passes unanimously, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. For now, we'll go on to the main report before us, and this is the taxi bylaw review report. So I'd ask Councillor Stevens if you want to introduce this report.
Yes, thank you. I'm just getting my notes together here. I guess the general comment to the rest of council.
Could you introduce the report first, Councillor Stephen, just to get it on the table, what's being looked at for everyone else, so you can get into your comments after?
Sure. CM 20-16 taxi bylaw review report. If I could get a seconder, please.
Seconder?
Seconded, Jason.
Thank you, Councillor Massanelli.
Okay. Thank you. So this was a 4-hour meeting of Community Protective Services, and I'd like to say that this file is one of the most complex, troublesome, conflict-ridden, and time-consuming issues I've seen at council, and it's certainly important. And I think part of this tension is brought about by change in the industry. We've seen some of that today. And in the suite of reports that we reviewed, some of the findings here included the lack of consistency now between how ride-sharing and taxi brokerages are regulated, a pressure to deregulate the taxi industry, which has its own concerns, which is essentially what's happening with ride-sharing nationally and globally. There's a belief here that the online platform will solve most, if not all, problems related to disputes, potential assaults. So there's reason also to dig into these findings. There's also an important note here, and that is that ride sharing has not killed the taxi industry, and instead more people are hailing rides generally, which suggests that the broader market has expanded. COVID is shifting things around again, but this isn't a fixed pie where everyone's drawing from the same number of rides. Actually, things have become more lucrative and there's more options. We also talked about the need to better understand the safety question and protocols for taxis and TNCs, such as cameras, background checks, and other issues that we've heard raised today, and the need for committee and council to have access to this data, which is something that we requested through an undertaking, if only in private session, to protect proprietary interests. So with that said, I would ask administration to provide an overview of the report at hand here.
Mr. Kowski, do you want to give an overview of the report?
I think Byron was doing that.
Your Worship, I'll start and then
okay, go ahead.
Be direct. Your Worship, thank you. I'll provide an overview of the report, but I expect there'll be many questions from members of council, and likely in the interest of time, those should be directed directly to Ms. Shakowski and her team to answer. But as Councillor Stevens has said, this is an issue that's been before Community Services and Protective Services and Council on several occasions. We did bring back some additional work that was requested by Council to provide more background on the differences in regulatory approach between the rideshare industry and the taxi industry to help inform Council's decisions on changes to the taxi industry, which is the subject of this report. So the main changes that are being recommended by administration are set out in Section 1 of the recommendations, a number of substantive changes. And again, there has been much discussion about the need to create as much competitive equity as possible between the two segments of the ground transportation industry, acknowledging that they are not identical industries. So the administrative report tries to strike the balance between providing that regulatory equity where possible, but acknowledging there are some unique differences between the two industries. So there are a number of changes that are recommended in the main recommendation. I can advise members of council that there were a couple of changes from what was presented to council the last time around. The vehicle age requirement that was originally in the original report has been eliminated. And the second one is a change related to GPS and dispatch for small business accessible taxi cab brokers, so the one-person operations and smaller ones. So those are the two changes. Otherwise, it is much the same as it was before. The report also contains, Your Worship, a side-by-side of the proposed changes to the taxi bylaw that are being recommended by administration. So if the council is prepared to pass the report, then we should be in a position to bring the bylaw forward in fairly short order. If there are more substantive changes, that are recommended by council this afternoon, then perhaps we will need perhaps a bit of additional time to build those into to the bylaw. The second piece of the report, of course, is the comparison between the rideshare regulatory approach and taxi, which was recommended or was requested by council at the previous meeting. So that is there as well. That was also in the supplementary report. So that's the package that's in front of you. And we are certainly, administration, the team that is on the call, Your Worship, of course, is myself as the executive lead on this, Ms. Shikowski, who's the manager of the area, Mr. Cowman, who's the policy analyst, who has done much of the work on consultation and building these recommendations, and Crystal Atchison, who's legal counsel for this. So between the four of us, we will endeavor to answer questions that council may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weary. Councillor Stevens, do you have more comments to make?
No, I'll have some closing remarks perhaps, but I'll yield the floor to other councillors.
Thank you. We'll go on to Councillor Fundura. Councillor Fundura?
There we go.
Councillor Fundura, you there?
Okay. I'm here, yeah.
Okay. Floor is yours.
You can hear me? Okay, thank you, to your worship. I will have a couple of amendments. I can put them up, or I can wait till everyone speaks. As long as I've got enough time to bring those up, I'll make some. So I can start with some questions if that's for you, Your Worship.
You can speak one. You have one time to speak. So if you want amendments, Councillor Fundura, you should do them now.
Okay, so if I could ask Deputy Clerk to bring the three that I have and put them on the screen if it's possible.
So we'll do the amendments. You said you had three. We'll do them one at a time.
Okay, so let's start with this one first. I'm looking for a cap on the on a number of TNC vehicles, Uber vehicles allowed per year on the roads. So my amendment reads that a 3-year cap of no more than 200 transportation network companies CNC licenses be issued per year, and that the administration conduct a review of the end of the 3-year cap and report back to the Community and Protective Services Committee on their findings. That's the first one.
Okay, so I'll see if there's a seconder for that motion.
I'll second.
Councillor Bresciani.
Councillor Stevens.
Andrew.
Okay. Okay, so remind members of council on amendments, you have 3 minutes to speak, not the usual 5 minutes. So Councillor Fundura, on the amendment, do you have any comments on it before I give the floor to others?
Just a few quick ones. The reason I'm asking for that because I mean in the administration's report, it says in the report in one couple of lines saying that the reason for keeping the taxi to 120 or manageable number that would work towards not flooding market. At the same time, will give a chance for the drivers, the operators, the industry for the employees to make fairly decent wage. And so this is why I'm saying about not flooding the market with TNCs, and to look at it for the next couple of years to see where we are, is it needed, not needed, because there's a different peaks and valleys that we deal with. And I like to see that up, and that's the reason I'm asking for a limit on how many TNCs and Uber and are coming on our roads. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you for that. So if members of council who want to speak to the amendment, just if you put in the chat box, you want to speak on the amendment so I can identify you. The next speaker I have on the main motion is Councillor Bresciani. Those are the only two speaking on the main motion. So again, if you want to speak to the amendment, just put that in the chat box, please. Councillor Stevens to the amendment.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Fundura, if you could explain why 200, not 250, not 150? What's the number?
Well, I'm to your worship through Councillor Stevens. I'm looking at a percentage of let's say of the taxi. actually have 120 licenses out. So I'm trying to make it, because right now, if you look at because I had information where I've got a number which there is 600 vehicles of Uber or TNCs on the road, 600, and that's from a credible report. So that brings it down to manageable number between the TNC and taxi, where taxis are 120, so Uber or TNCs are 200. So that gives a little bit of a percentage that's more of a 2-to-1 or 1.5 to 1 or 2 to 1. That's a little better average to deal with and to manage that and to keep a number when a reporting of how everything works and how the industry how the industry delivers the service to the public.
Councilor Stevens?
Yeah, through the chair. So some of what we've heard from the industry and administration is the number of Uber drivers on the road at any one time is incredibly variable. So you're talking about an annual cap of 200, not just the number that can actually be active in providing services, correct?
Yes.
Councilor Fundura?
Okay, that's all.
Yes, Your Worship, that is correct.
Okay, that's good. Councilor Flagel, to the amendment.
Could I maybe ask Mr. Weary if he wants to, I'd like to hear.
After you speak.
Okay, actually, because I might have a more comment on it, but okay. So I'm going to ask to the mover, what happens if Lyft decides to come in? Are we going to put it, we're going to raise that to 400? Because you say TNC, and I know that Lyft is talking about it and anybody else. So are we going to limit it to just Uber for 200 and then Lyft for 200, or what happens?
No, to you, Your Worship, Your Worship, I'm asking for TNC. So that's Uber involved, anyone else, any other any other company that comes in there.
All TNTs.
Okay, you were talking Uber though. So do we know, and I guess I could ask administration too, do we regulate how many taxi cabs can be in the streets in Regina?
We do that for sure. Mr. Weary. Do you want to answer the question?
Your Worship. Yes. The answer to Councillor Flagel's question, members of council will recall there are a number of licenses that are provided under the taxi bylaw. There's a broker's license, which is for taxi brokers who kind of coordinate the distribution of calls and taxi activity. There's a taxi owner's license, and those are the ones that are limited under our bylaw and have been for a number of years. And then the third category of licenses is for taxi drivers. So there is no limit on the number of taxi drivers that can be licensed under the taxi bylaw. So those are the three categories. And then there's also a fourth, I guess, the accessible taxi cab licenses. So those are the four that we do limit. But
so what's the current amount of vehicles we're allowed on the road under cabs, taxis?
Mr. Weary?
It's 120, but I'll ask Ms. Shakowski to confirm that number.
Okay.
Ms. Shakowski.
Through you, Your Worship, there are 120 regular taxi vehicles licensed, 18 accessible taxis, and then in the summertime, we are currently issuing an amount equivalent to 47 licenses. Now, that's just for the vehicle. We limit the number of vehicles, not the number of drivers.
Okay. Okay, good, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor O'Donnell to the amendment.
Thanks very much. I very much appreciate the opening sentiments actually of Councillor Stevens about the difficulty in regulation here. It would seem to me that by accepting this amendment, Council is wanting to get into the nitty-gritty of selecting who can and who cannot drive in a competitive atmosphere. I would suggest to you as well that the future, based on everything that we read and hear about the number of companies getting into rideshare, will only escalate, and the number of people looking for alternate transportation besides owning their own will be significant. I think this is a step back I will not support.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Anyone to the amendment? Anyone else? Councillor Massanelli on the amendment?
Thank you. Through the chair, I just wanted to take a moment to mention I like the intention of the amendment and I understand where it's going. I echo Councillor O'Donnell's concerns about being a regulator once again on a new industry. The basic business model of the TNCs is for the peak market demand. It's what they've been built on, and that's what the public seems to be wanting them, so I can't support the amendment. But I will say I am tempted to look at the camera issue as a demand of investment.
We'll wait for that. We'll wait for that, Councillor Massanelli. We'll wait for that issue on an amendment, okay? That's a separate issue, if you don't mind.
I'll get it. Thank you.
Thank you. Other
stadium rankings you were going after.
Wow. Other speakers on the amendment? I have a question of the administration related to just the amendment itself. How has the industry been over the past, since rideshare came in terms of number of rides? Have there been a competitive environment between the two? Have there been fewer, less revenue, I should say, or how do you benchmark how taxis are doing relative to rideshare? Ms. Schakowsky?
Through your worship, over 2019 and into 2020, what we saw was overall vehicle for hire trips between taxi and rideshare increased by approximately 15%, and taxis continued to maintain, I believe it was 85% of the market share at the end of 2019 and closer to 75% at the beginning of 2020.
Sounds like the market is finding an equilibrium. I think that in and of itself without regulation, and I'm mindful of what Councillor O'Donnell has said, that we're entering into regulator even more heavily. So I understand the intent of this, but I do think that the market will right itself. Both taxis and rideshare are flourishing. Just set aside COVID, but in terms of the market prior to that, so I won't support the amendment. So there's no other speakers on the amendment. Councillor Fernandez, do you want to close debate?
No, Your Worship. I'm good.
Okay. So we'll ask for a vote by the clerk. Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. With respect to the First Amendment from Councillor Fendura, I will start with you, Councillor Fendura.
In favor.
Councillor Murray.
In favor.
Councillor Bryce.
Opposed.
Councillor O'Donnell.
Opposed.
Councillor Mancinelli.
Opposed.
Councillor Flagel.
No.
Councillor Young.
No.
Councillor Hawkins.
Opposed.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
And Mayor Fougere.
Opposed.
Motion is defeated 7-4, Your Worship.
Thank you for everyone for that. Councillor Fernandez, you have time left on your main motion time, so you have another amendment?
Okay, yeah, I've got one more here. This one is the cameras. The amendment reads that all transportation and network companies, TNC, be required to have cameras installed in the vehicles.
Do you have a seconder for that, please? Councillor Flagel seconds. Councillor Flagel seconds that. Okay, Councillor, there are 3 minutes on the amendment if you'd like to start on that.
Okay, to Your Worship, 30 seconds. Like was noted before, even in the Uber and TNC, they're talking about that there is a camera on the platform. They can put it on themselves if they like to. We hear from the taxi industry now that we have there was a pushback at that time when we implemented the cameras, but now it's working. There's a reason for that, protection for the driver and the passenger in the surrounding area. The problem is with the app, I could be in that car, but I could have booked that through a friend of mine. So it is not a foolproof system. When you're looking at an individual got robbed in Calgary, you're looking at different things. There's a paper full I've got here on different things that have been happening. I'm not going to get through that. But I think camera doesn't lie. It tells a story. And it even tells a story about if there's any cash that's being exchanged. because we don't know, it's not a foolproof, it's hearsays, we have no idea who's doing that, so the camera will tell us the story if anybody exchanging cash or private numbers and things like that. So it serves many other reasons. Plus, it is a safety. The biggest thing we talk about here is safety. How much, what's the cost of safety? And I think our residents need that, our citizens of Regina need that. And that's what the cameras are. So thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you for that. We do have speakers to the amendment. I'll start with Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. And yeah, I'm in support of this one. I've always thought the cameras are good. And I spoke with the police, and they've utilized film to apprehend people that have been affecting cabs and or looking for area and location when trying to find a suspect as well. So the other thing I wanted to ask it of them before, but I can ask it now. There's the issue of well, I know even Uber has said that they're using it, they're not using it, and it's personal. And then the cab industry said they use theirs for personal vehicles. Are they allowed, if there's a camera in their car, are they allowed to cover it up during personal time with family, so that the confidential or the security it's covered? Sorry,
Mr. Weary.
Sorry, apologies for the delay, Your Worship. I'll ask Ms. Schakowsky to respond to that question.
Ms. Schakowsky.
Through Your Worship, no, in the bylaw, there is a requirement that the camera lens be free from all obstructing items, including the taxi badge at all times.
So it's in the bylaw, but if I think we've changed bylaws before to allow, because what I'm hearing from the Uber, Mr. Brockman, was the fact that they don't want cash trips. They don't want a whole bunch of things, but this would help to prevent any of those things. They don't want them, but I'm sure they're happening. In fact, according to Councillor Findura, a lot of cash trips are happening because he's done a little more research into that side of it. So is there a one-off that we can take this bylaw and make an amendment to it? Maybe at a future meeting?
Ms. Schakowsky?
Through you, Your Worship, that is possible. I would be concerned, though, as to how often the taxis are providing personal trips, and it might be difficult to determine when they are or not. The reports we receive is most of the taxis are on the road, both evening and daytime, with only about, on average, 3 vehicles per broker that isn't providing service that 24 hours a day.
Okay. Basically, on this one, I'm going to go with the concerns of the public, that they at least get some security. Police like it. The industry right now likes it because it protects the drivers as well as the riders from maybe a third party entering the vehicle. So I'm good with this one. So thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, through the chair. Ms. Schakowsky, do you recall when we had engaged the public years ago about this issue, what was the public's response to the question around security and cameras in ride-sharing vehicles?
Ms. Schakowsky.
Through Your Worship, I don't recall if we specifically asked that question to the public and what their responses was. I would have to look into that.
Okay, thank you. I couldn't find the survey results either. A question to the mover. I support it. Would you be amenable to some revisions that would have administration draft TNC specific camera policies? The reason I ask that is that there are details in Uber and Lyft policies. There are nuances to the fact that these are personal vehicles as well. Do you want the same policy and security measures, John, as taxis, or would you be okay with a policy that's very specific to this kind of TNC?
Councillor Findura.
No, through Your Worship, I would want the exact the same as the taxi, right across the board. And I think so when you asked about administration drafting something, I'm not sure if I'm asking or commenting correctly. I thought we were supposed to have some kind of a report today or for this particular meeting about cameras, how they're going to work and all that. So I'm not sure if Your Worship, I'm asking, but no, it's same as the taxi.
I think that information, with one, just a point of order from I think the information on the cameras was in the information report. That was a review by the administration on that portion. Councillor Stevens, you have some time left on your, or you finished?
Well, actually, just a question for administration. So if this passes, you would, just in terms of process, you'd come back to us next month with a report and a bylaw. Is that correct? Specific to this particular request?
Mr. Kowski?
Through your worship, I know we were asked at last meeting to come up with a report specific to cameras for Q4. I'm not sure if this is replacing that or not.
Okay. Mr. Weary, do you have any comments? I see you turned your camera on.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Just would remind council that the focus of this report is changes to the taxi industry, and we probably would need some additional time if there is a direction from council to make changes to cameras and how they're regulated for the rideshare companies. As Ms. Schakowsky has said, we are bringing back a report on the whole rideshare issue for Q4 of this year. And in answer to Councillor Stevens' question, there are some considerations that we would need to build into this as part of the report. So I think my recommendation to council would be that you consider the report first and not pre-decide the direction without some options provided to council. We are subject to provincial regulation for the transportation network companies. We're also subject to privacy legislation as well, that we would have to do a bit of a screen on that. So not to say that we can't do something very similar to what we do for taxis, but it's something that we would have to take a bit of time to examine. So I don't think bringing both of those back to the next council meeting, unfortunately, is realistic.
Okay. Through the chair, to Councillor Frandura, would you be okay with a referral motion that would send your motion, your amendment, to the camera report that administration is crafting? So I don't want to ditch this, but I would rather see a report with options at the same time. What are your thoughts about it?
Councillor Frandura?
Yeah, I'm just thinking about that, because I mean we've been, to your worship, we've been postponing and pushing things back and further away, and it seems like it's just disappearing from the table. So I would like to deal with it right now. I know that we bring something back, but I believe we changed this already from February when council made a motion to bring everything back to now to deal with the TNC and the taxi industry at the time. So I think this is the time to deal with this now. I mean, we know what the industry is asking for. We know what's there. I mean, if there's any changes need to be done, we could adapt as we go. So
okay, thank you, Councillor Frandura. That's good.
Okay.
I'll rather do with it now.
I have a point of order, Your Worship. If this motion is voted on and it fails, would it then be out of order if the report came back and we wanted to advance the exact same motion at council this year?
You say the motion is defeated or carried?
Let's say this amendment is defeated. Would we be able to raise it again with the report administration brings back?
If the administration report deals with that subject matter, then yes, the subject matter of cameras can be discussed again, but council will have spoken yes or no to it. So I don't think it's fair to open up again. It's more like for information. We will have made a decision now, so we should stick with the decision.
If I could, I'd like to put the referral motion on the floor where we would send this off to administration to bring back with their report on cameras.
Okay, but there's no debating
I will
referral
let other
motion.
councillors speak.
There's no debating referral motion.
Yes, could I allow other councillors to speak to the Second Amendment first?
You're giving notice of a referral motion then?
Yes.
Okay, at the end of this discussion, you can do that then. So we have some other
Thank you.
speakers. Councilor Bresciani? 3 minutes on the amendment. Councilor Bresciani?
Thank you, Your Worship. So I would be acceptable that if this did come back with the report that administration is going to be speaking to it, because we're talking about the taxi here. So this would be geared to more rideshare, and it would kind of come back collectively. But I want to just, I agree with Councillor Findura in the fact that when we're talking about cameras, we asked the taxi industry to have cameras. They're doing very similar work, only one has an app and one doesn't. Doesn't matter. The same is about safety for the driver and safety for the passenger. So it would be absolutely, I would be in support in regards to this coming forward. Leave it there.
So Councilor Bresciani, I'm sorry, I was just talking to the clerk. Are you finished your comments? Okay.
Yes, yes, I am. Thanks.
Sorry about that. Councilor Murray, you don't say you're on the amendment. Are you speaking to the amendment?
Yes, I'm speaking to the amendment. Or the potential referral going forward, Your Worship.
Pardon me?
It's or the potential referral motion, just in regards to the report and the amendment that we're speaking on. So Uber has indicated that in jurisdictions where cameras are mandatory, they tend to pull out of those jurisdictions. So what I would prefer, if this referral motion goes forward, that is included in there a way for us to speak to other municipalities. If this is something that we're interested in, we would have to have a large enough number of municipalities put this in order for Uber to look at it. That's my perspective. My question for the amendment would be, if the wording of the amendment is the same as for the taxi bylaws, would this require city staff to go and inspect those cameras in the personal vehicles that are being used for ride sharing as well?
Mr. Weary?
Your Worship, the way that it's worded in the taxi bylaw right now is the inspection of the cameras is done by the license inspector. So that would be a decision to be made if council wants the camera provisions to be the same as in the taxi bylaw, then we would be doing inspections on individual cameras as per the taxi bylaw provisions that would be potentially dropped into the rideshare bylaw.
Okay, and does administration know how many like operating within the city?
I think you might have broken up there, Councilor. Could you say that again, please?
Oh, does administration know how many ride-sharing vehicles are licensed and operating within the city?
Mr. Worry?
I believe Ms. Schakowsky will have that information. I don't have it in front of me.
Ms. Schakowsky?
Through your worship, the number fluctuates from month to month, but pre-COVID-19, the maximum number of drivers that were affiliated were about 600, with about 400 drivers actually providing services.
Okay, and how many taxis in total do we have licensed in the city?
Ms. Schakowsky?
Through your worship, I believe there were approximately the same number of drivers that had applied for their driver's badge, but fewer as well providing services.
Okay, just looking for perspective, we'd be looking at more than doubling the staff required to do that, or doubling the hours to do it. I wouldn't be in favor of going this route. I think we'd have to have a number of municipalities on side with us in order to have those numbers to move Uber forward in that motion, so I won't be supporting it.
Thank you, Councilor Murray. So I think the city manager has a comment he wants to make. This, I think, is like a process. Mr. City Manager.
Through your worship, I just wanted to comment that in relation to the cameras in Uber vehicles. So understanding that if council wants to move in that direction, I think it really would be a referral, would be in order. There's work that we would need to do in terms of, these are private vehicles. We'd have to look at how those get installed and the privacy and who accesses and who stores all that type of video. So I'm just saying that council needs a full report prior to making a decision.
On the point of order, I think if council decides to not have cameras, that would be it. If they've heard they want more information, then a referral is in order. So I think it's just how we frame this. So, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. We should just be very careful when we are using the term referral. Procedure bylaw is clear that if you make a referral, you are referring the entire main motion will then be hoisted. So with respect, what Councillor Flake or with Councillor Stevens, he may want to say, I move an amendment that section A or whatever the component part is be considered with the report to come back in December. If you use the term referral, you're putting the entire motion in abeyance.
Okay. Thank you for that. So, Councillor Hawkins on the amendment.
Thank you, Your Worship. Let me start by saying I'd be opposed to a referral. We've been dealing with this now for months and months, and it's time to make a decision. I want to remind Council that when we voted to invite TNC's Uber into the city, we did it in large measure because we thought the residents of Regina wanted the choice. We have two different industry models. We've given them a choice, and they've embraced the fact that they have that choice. Here today, what we're not doing is trying to turn Uber and the TECs into a taxi industry. If we do that, I believe they will leave Regina, and I believe the residents of Regina will be very disappointed with that. On the safety issue, it's absolutely clear in my mind that cameras provide a degree, a kind of safety, but the apps provide a kind of safety as well. The different kinds of safety, personally, I think that the apps are more safe. However, if we have a choice in the industry, that is, if the TNCs are here and somebody wants a camera, they'll take a taxi. If they don't want a camera necessarily, then if they're happy with the apps, they'll take an apps. The point here is that residents have a choice. I believe either choice gives a degree of safety, although I think the apps give a heightened degree of safety. And finally, I point out Calgary and Ottawa, as was mentioned, have studied this. Both cities, after serious thought and study, decided not to require cameras in TNC vehicles. I respect the fact that they've done that work. I see no reason for Regina to redo that work. And so for those reasons, I'm opposed to requiring cameras in TNC vehicles. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. The next speaker is Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks. I wish I could echo exactly what my previous colleague said. So on a personal level, I make a point when I could travel to make sure that I use both a taxi as well as a ride service. I will tell you that when I use the ride service, my picture is clearly available to the driver, and I cannot enter the vehicle without his permission. He clearly sees that it is me. There was never any confusion. And further to that, I clearly saw that it was he or she, and carry on. And we had great conversations. I did the same with the taxi, made sure that the picture and so on was in fact the fellow that was there, and we would talk about that. So I agree with the notion of choice. I will not support the amendment, and I would prefer that we did not have any kind of referral. Let's deal with it now. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. I also think that we should deal with it now. I don't think it should be referred. I think we've spent a lot of time on this. I think we have information from other areas that have been through this as well. And so I will not support this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Other speakers to the amendment? Councillor Massanelli.
Thank you. I started off commenting I might support an amendment for a camera. Because of the way the amendment is presented and the ramifications, I can't support the amendment in this light. Support the referral motion because I do support the thought of cameras, but I wouldn't want to mimic what we have in the cameras taxi industry. I would want to design it for what's being used nowadays. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Massanelli. Other speakers to the amendment? Well, I'd just say a couple of things on this one. I'm as well not going to refer to the support the referral motion or to be discussed. We should decide now. This has been an ongoing issue, and much as what Councillor Hawkins said, we're trying to level the playing field to change Uber to fit what taxis are like, and they are distinctly different. And security systems and safety systems are very different, but effective in different ways. And Councillor O'Donnell mentioned those comments of on a ride share who the driver is. The driver knows who you are before you get in. GPS is available, so a third party can also follow what's happening if there's any concerns there. So these are different but effective ways for security, and no system's infallible, including the cameras on taxis either. So I think we've studied this enough. This has been looked through committee, and Councillor Stevens is quite correct. It's been studied and looked at for hours, and I think we should make the decision. I accept the report as being written, but in this amendment, I can't support it. I think the safety measures are there. I have taken taxis and Ubers around the country and over in Europe, and it's very clear, very safe. The driver can say no, or you can say no to the driver and go to another one as well. And again, third parties will be able to follow that. So I'm not going to support the amendment nor a referral. Any other discussions on the amendment?
So, Your Worship.
You want to close debate, Councillor Fundera?
If I may. So,
you've got 3 minutes on the amendment.
Okay, I've just been thinking about the cameras and all that, and then looking at the report is coming on the Q4. So if I withdraw the amendment here, I can bring that camera back to discussion when it comes back in Q4. Is that correct?
Well, I'll ask the administration, because I think if we're deciding here, we will do that. But what is the substance of the report to the administration on what comes back in the fall? Mr. Kowski?
Your Worship.
Mr. Ray?
Sorry. I can start. Ms. Shakowski might go into a bit more detail. It's an update on the ride share. And again, 6 months is a long time, so we will be monitoring trends in the regulation of this industry. So we will use that as an opportunity to report back to committee and council on this. But I'll ask Ms. Shakowski to just describe the specifics of what the expectation of committee was when that referral was made.
Mr. Kowski.
Through you, Your Worship, there are a number of items we were supposed to bring back in Q4, which was included the number of taxi and TNC rides that were provided, and complaints and types of problems, including feedback from the Regina Police Service, a review on the accessibility amount that has been collected through rideshare fees and what those could be used for, as well as this item on the ability to include a camera requirement in rideshare services.
Councillor Fundera.
So through that, Your Worship, then I see from the comments that this probably be lost. So if I'm able to bring this back in the Q4, have a little more window on what's out there within the TNC and how things work, and if I need to, I would. So I would. Because I can see it's going to be lost. I mean, that's obvious. The discussion, right? So I have a couple seconds to go yet. So if I withdraw my amendment now, I can bring the camera into discussion back in when it comes to Q4. Is that correct?
You could do that. Just we've spent a lot of time already dealing with this amendment for over half an hour on this one amendment alone. And if the view of council is to decide now, we should do that. But under the rules, if the seconder and mover want to remove it, they can do that. But I just say we're spending a lot of time, and once again, not making a decision.
Actually, Your Worship, on a procedural point, I believe that once the amendment has been moved and seconded, it can't be withdrawn because the motion, in this case the amendment, belongs to council.
Well, I'll ask the clerk to clarify that then. Mr. Clerk.
I would have to reread the procedure bylaw. You may be right, Councillor Hawkins. All I would say is that has been the practice that we have used in past decisions.
Let's take a moment and look at what the bylaw says. Just let the clerk get his, then I'll give you the floor, Councillor Flagel after that. In my mind, it's mover and seconder. The clerk will speak on the ruling for what the bylaw says.
Thank you, Your Worship. I do stand corrected to a point. Councillor Hawkins, Section 20-7 says after a motion has been moved and seconded, it is the property of council and may not be withdrawn without the permission of the majority of council. So we'd have to vote on the withdrawal motion.
So we could have, if you like, Councillor Frindura, we can vote on whether to withdraw your motion. Majority would carry that. So I'm going to ask the clerk to do the vote on whether we should withdraw the motion, the amendment.
All right. So with respect to withdrawing the motion, I will start with you, Councillor Frindura.
In favor.
Councillor Murray.
In favor.
Councillor Bryce.
In favor.
Councillor O'Donnell.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Flagel. Councillor Young.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor?
Mayor Fougere.
Vote in favor.
There required a majority, Your Worship, and it passes.
So the motion, the amendment is now off the floor. And we'll move on to, you have, again, I think you had a third motion, Councillor Frindura?
Yes, I do, Your Worship. This one is the audit on TNC. That a random inspection audit be conducted on a regular basis for licensed transportation and network company TNC pursuant to the regulations set out in the Vehicle for Hire bylaw number 2019-9.
Okay, we'll just we want to have this up on the screen first, so just hold your time there. Okay, so I think members of council can see that, so if I have a seconder for that, please.
Bresciani.
Okay, so Councillor Frindura, you have 3 minutes on the amendment to speak to it.
Okay, Your Worship. This motion speaks to the idea of some of the cash rights that are being taken. There are some oversights that are not there. It's very difficult to pick out who, where, what. So I'm not sure what else. I was hoping that the camera would prevent that security on the cash and things like that. So this is where we need, other jurisdictions do have audits, and in the report does say that inspector can call and at PNC at any time for inspection or for whatever. So I just want to ensure that this is being done. We do a random audit on. We can pull a driver over while he's on the road and to see what's going on. So that's the intent.
Okay, thank you for that. There are speakers to this. Councillor Bryce on the amendment.
Thank you. Thank you very much. What are we auditing for?
Councilor Fundura.
Well, if the cameras would have passed, we wouldn't need an audit because the cameras would have caught if there's a cash transaction going on here. I know it's a big undertaking. We can audit on the trips, audit on the transactions, cash transactions, debit transactions, because everything's supposed to be through the app and no hailing cabs on the corner. So we could audit. We can interview customers. We can interview other TNCs, other transportation companies, taxis, on what's out there in the industry. Right now, there is a free for all. You've got a lot of rogue drivers that are out there without the stickers on them, just running around picking up cash rides and things like that. So there's no oversight of any kind in the industry on the TNC right now.
Thank you, Councilor.
So just to clarify,
Councilor Bryce.
Thank you. So just to clarify, so a city employee would randomly pull over an audit or a Uber car or a transportation vehicle and randomly ask if they're taking cash, or I'm just not sure what exactly we're auditing. So I just need clarity and who is auditing.
To your worship, the audit will be done by the city. So city can pull any vehicle off the road right now for an inspection. Could be anything. You can inspect it for the safety of the vehicle. Could inspect on if there's any reports that are audit that someone is misusing the system, right? For taking cash or hailing or picking up giving up private numbers, things like that.
Okay, thank you. So I'll ask administration, how would you audit something like this, and how much would it cost annually to do this?
Mr. Weary.
Your Worship, that's a difficult question to answer. We do have some ability within the current rideshare bylaw to do both inspections of vehicles and also of business records. So perhaps I'm not sure what more Councilor Fundura's motion is getting at. Inspections are sort of at the discretion of the licensing inspector. So perhaps it's not as structured as it is with the annual inspections done by the taxi industry. But we currently have the ability to request this kind of information. I'll just refer this for more detail to Mr. Kowski and Mr. Calvin to explain in more detail their understanding of what the authority includes.
Mr. Kowski.
Through you, Your Worship, I can explain what we currently do and are allowed to do. Right now, the licensed inspector and any member of the Regina Police Service may request an inspection of the vehicle, as well as both the Regina Police Service and the city receive monthly detailed data information on all the trips provided, where at least at the city administration we review that, and if there's any item that seems to be troublesome or questionable, we do communicate with Uber and follow up with other additional information, and if needed, have the driver or the vehicle put on hold or forwarded to SGI for additional inspections.
Okay. Councilor Bryce?
Thank you. So if we're already doing this, I don't see the need for this motion. I don't know if it got a seconder, but I don't see a need for this motion to move forward.
We do have a seconder. Councilor Brishani moved to seconder. Thank you, Councilor Bryce. Councilor Hawkins?
Thank you, Your Worship. This motion poses a regulatory and a legal nightmare. I can't imagine pulling a TNC vehicle off the road with a passenger in it, officer of some kind. Now, there may be ways around that, but it's a pretty serious legal question as to pulling a vehicle off the road for anything other than a vehicle inspection, I would have thought. But that's not the real point. The real point here is that Mr. Bookman or Barkman at the beginning outlined that TNCs, Uber in particular, have a very good method whereby if someone feels a vehicle is accepting cash, they can make a complaint to Uber, and his words were that they would take very prompt action. So I think that there is already built into the TNC system a method of preventing TNC drivers from taking cash, and I don't see the need, therefore, for what would be an expensive, onerous, legally problematic inspection system in addition to that. I'm also not convinced that the evidence that there are many Uber drivers taking cash is anything other than anecdotal. I've seen no hard evidence that Uber drivers are violating their company guidelines by taking cash. So I'm opposed to this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Bresciani on the amendment. 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Just quickly, I would agree that I think this would be labor intensive and hard to prove, especially with probably no cameras at all in the vehicles. So, I mean, I support it to get on the floor for discussion, which is always important. But I do think that it would be, although I may disagree, it could be happening, we don't know, so that's assumption. But I think it would be, I think, labor intensive for the city to monitor that. So I'll leave it there. Thank you. So I will not be able to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Other speakers to the amendment? I just have some quick words on this one. I understand the intent behind this, and if there was beyond anecdotal comment of a problem with taking cash, if there was hard evidence of that, I might want to look at this, but I do think that that if there's a complaint by a rider that they had a problem, they had to pay cash instead, that would go to rideshare right away to Uber, and they would be able to correct that. So I think there's a system in place that would deal with this. So again, if there's evidence of this happening outside of the safety provisions under which rideshare provides, I could see supporting this. But the amount of time, the bureaucracy, the legal implications, as Councillor Hawkins spoke about, of stopping a driver with someone in the back might be difficult to do. So I can't support the amendment. I do understand the intent behind that, though.
So, Your Worship, if I can...
Do you want to close debate?
Yes, please.
Okay.
So the intent of the audit isn't pulling somebody with the driver or the passenger in the vehicle. Just like the police can call someone in, or our inspector could call a taxi and to say, I need you here, there's an infraction, I need you here at 3 o'clock, or I need you here at 1 o'clock. They show up for inspection. But mainly that's part of something that I wanted to do with the camera. But there's more to the audit than just looking if they're driving, if they're picking up cash or not. It's more involved in the SGI safety inspection if they have it. It's more of it if they have a Uber deco, which probably 50% of the vehicles on the road. And speaking to police, they don't have the Uber decos on them, so police doesn't know who they are. They don't know if it's an Uber driver. They have no idea there's a driver that's transporting people around. So that's another, and I'm not sure if the SGI does that, if we do that already or not, on inspecting, making sure that the decos are there. But sometimes you can drivers on the road for 3 weeks without decos, or even longer. So that's because we could ask that, and sometimes you ask them to come in or get information, you don't get it. Like I talked to the police, they said sometimes 3 weeks, a month, sometimes 8 weeks before they get anything. So this is where the audit is. So, but anyways, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Federa. So on the amendment, I'll ask the clerk to do the roll call, please.
I will start with you, please, Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
Opposed.
Councillor Stevens.
Opposed.
Councillor Hawkins.
Opposed.
Councillor Young.
Opposed.
Councillor Murray.
Opposed.
Councillor Bryce.
Opposed.
Councillor O'Donnell.
Opposed.
Councillor Mancinelli.
Opposed.
Councillor Flagel. Mayor Fougere.
I vote no.
It's 1 in favor, 10 against. It's defeated, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you for that. So we've gone through Councillor Fundura's one, and the second speaker is Councillor Brasciani. It's 25-4. We break a hard break in 5 minutes. So I'm going to suggest that we take the break now and come back at 5 to the hour. Any objections to that? See everyone at 5 to the hour. Thank you. I'd like to call the meeting back to order, if I could, please. And just as we were taking a break, I was talking to the administration about sort of prioritizing some of the reports. The motion was to get the call of the chair. So I know we have a lot of work to do still today. We're just going into our second speaker for the taxi review bylaw report. So I just asked members to maybe, given the time available that we have until it may be just 6 o'clock, that we keep our questions and comments to the point. And so I would do, after we finish this report, I would go to the following, suggest we go to the following, which is the Globe Theatre. Then we'll do the MEEP report, the Rec Culture Capital Program, discretionary use for Rosewood, and then we'll get into COVID-19 and then the heritage property, and then we want to get, of course, to the notice of motion from Councillor Hawkins, fit into that time frame as well. So that being said, I would going to give the floor to Councillor Bresciani. You're the second speaker on the main report. Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Bresciani? Are you?
Yes, thank you. I'll
there you go.
Very quick here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now, yes.
Just put, so if I can just have administration just report regarding accessibility. Has there been any concerns? We did not hear from the delegation today that had written in. He's the only one that does accessibility, but any other concerns around that through the chair?
Mr. Kowski, do you have information on that?
Through you, Your Worship, not at this time, we do not.
Okay.
Okay.
Councillor Bresciani?
Okay, the last, thank you. So I'd like to ask about the criminal record checks and the vulnerable record checks. I know that it is provincial standards that we only require the criminal record checks. And through the chair, I know that the ride-sharing companies, they do it through a third party. Is that accurate, through the chair?
Mr. Kowski.
Through Your Worship, yes, the criminal record checks for rideshare companies is completed through a third party.
Councillor Bresciani?
Thank you. One of the things that when I was researching this, safety has been a real concern at times, and it's been a real concern with women in the cars and have been sexually assaulted by drivers. One of the concerns, and I know that the ride-sharing companies are trying to increase, because they face criticism for not being thorough enough with the background checks. And there has been a number of high-profile cases of ride-sharing drivers that have assaulted passengers. So what I would like to do is I'd like to ask for, I'd like to make an amendment if I could, that administration report back as part of the TNC report that is scheduled to come forward in Q4 of 2020 with the implications of having the Regina Police Service process the TNC applications for criminal record checks and vulnerable record checks. I will make note right now that Saskatoon does this already. They incorporated this at the very beginning, and it has not affected Uber drivers or any kind of problem with them continuing to stay here. I believe that this is something that we ask everybody to do, and we have the tools, Regina Police Service, to do this. So I would ask administration to support this, to come back with the report on the TNCs.
Okay, so I need a seconder for the amendment, please.
Second, Andrew.
Okay, Councillor Stevens. Okay, if you could again put your name on the chat box if you want to speak to the amendment, please. If there's no speakers, I'm going to call the question on the amendment.
Your Worship, yeah, I'm just.
Councillor Fundera.
Yeah, I'm trying to manage a bunch of different files here. Your Worship, through the amendment motion on the required. So again, too, I reached out and I looked at where Saskatoon does require, and it's in the very beginning of this when Uber was coming in, TNC. The Saskatoon put it in our bylaw that it does require that Saskatoon Police does a criminal record check. It doesn't just. It's in the bylaw. Same thing with they have it in their Worship about it's in the bylaw about inspection, that the City of Saskatoon inspects. SGI might have one thing, but City of Saskatoon inspects the TNC Uber vehicles. And again, same thing about the vulnerable sector check. Like you notice the comments from Mr. Solly talking about he's quite appalled or really worried about that the vulnerable sectors being moved around by TNC or Uber, and there is no oversight. There's no, police stringent oversight on the driver who's there. The reason I'm asking for that because in discussion with our police here, the discussion went on is that sometimes they cannot get any response from them. I know the delegation spoke that they respond, but sometimes month or more that they're not getting any response. And they don't know who's on the road because sometimes some of the Uber drivers are running around without stickers. So city police have no idea who's here. If there's a individual that was pulled off and it's a known factor. It was a sexual pedophile that drove for Uber, and he was on the road for 3 weeks. He was pulled off, and then he got put back on for another week before he got pulled off completely. And police right now, they're doing, they chasing around this guy. They're not spending too much time chasing, but it becomes a chase where they don't know where they are. They cannot spot them. So it is a chase. It's not a costly chase, but it's a chase where police have no idea. But so doing a criminal record check here, it's no cost. There's no extra burden on anyone. It's just a safety oversight on us, as the citizens, as the council, to mandate to make sure that if it's good for one, it should be good for all. So if we're doing that already for taxi industry, any driver, any professional driver that's on the road transporting vulnerable, any individual citizens, we as the police should have, here in Regina, our police should have oversight, and it should be only, not third party that do not have records that are up to date with other issues in that third party check where it becomes falls to the crack. So I'm definitely for it. So I'm looking forward when it comes back to have a strong debate.
Councilor Dure, your time is up now. You're 3 minutes up. I'm sorry. You're 3 minutes up.
Thank you.
So, are there speakers to the amendment? There are none, so I'm going to ask the clerk to do the roll call on the amendment.
I will start with you, Councillor Bresciani, please.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Young.
In favor.
Councillor Flagel. Councillor Mancinelli.
Agreed.
Councillor O'Donnell.
In favor.
Councillor Bryce.
In favor.
Councillor Murray.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Mayor Fougere.
I vote yes.
Carries 11-0, Your
Thank
Worship.
you. Councilor Brescian, you have time left on your main motion time?
That's all I have, Your Worship. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other speakers to the main motion? No other speakers?
You don't have, Your Worship, I don't have any more time left.
You've already spoken on the main motion, Councilor Findura, sorry.
Well, that was more of the amendments, but.
No,
that's
you
okay.
spoke.
Okay, that's good.
You finished your time, sorry. On the main motion too. If there's no other speakers, I just quickly want to say the huge amount of time that has been put into this by the administration and by council and by our committees, by the work being done. I really appreciate the work being done. I support the review that was done, and we've had a tendency to focus on rideshare, where this really is a focus on taxis, that reflection. So I appreciate the work being done. There's many changes that have been put forward, and I note that one of our previous delegations spoke a great deal in terms of the support for aside from cameras, and that would be Sandy Archibald's submission on report 2054 spoke to supporting a number of the initiatives that are put in here. So I do support the report. Thank you. No other speakers?
Councillor Stevens.
Councillor Stevens, you want to close debate?
No, I'm good.
Okay, Mr. Clerk.
I will start with you, Councillor Stevens, please.
Yes.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Young.
In favor.
Councillor Murray.
Favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Bryce.
In favor.
Councillor Flagel.
Yes.
Councillor O'Donnell.
In favor, please.
Mayor Fougere.
Oh, yes.
Passes unanimously, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. So we should do these seasonal licenses, and I don't know how controversial that will be, but I think we should do that one and make it into the list I gave you previously. Sandy Archibald cannot be here, so I'd ask for receive and file on her submission 20-56. A motion to receive and file, please.
I'll move for
Councilor Bresciani.
Thank you. And seconder?
I'll second it,
Thank you,
Hawkins.
Councilor Hawkins. Anyone opposed? Okay, that's carried. We have an information report that supports the main report coming after this, report CM 20-17. Have a motion to receive and file, please.
I'll move to receive and file.
Okay. Councilor Stevens, seconder.
Bresciani.
Councilor Bresciani, thank you. Any discussion on the receive and file, which feeds into the next report? Anyone opposed? That's carried. So I'll give the floor to Councilor Stevens for report 53.
Thank you very much. The administration working on this file deserves a bottle of wine. These are deeply political and controversial. I'm seeking concurrence on CPS 20.
Really? Okay.
I am not even exaggerating. Can I get a seconder, please?
Seconder.
Second, Findura.
Councilor Flagel.
Findura.
Okay, thank you. So this is about seasonal licenses. We've spent about 10 hours on this before this report. I'll ask administration to walk us through this very slowly. There was a lot of misunderstanding at committee as to exactly what was being changed. So if administration can talk about the percentage shift as well as the implication, please.
So I have one point to make. Instead of very slow, how we do this very briskly? How's that? To Mr. Kowski.
This is
I can do that.
gentle pace.
Mr. Kowski.
I'm just reviewing through the chair. Yes, we were proposing, based on the reduced number of seasonal taxis put on the road this past year, that we remove the portion of seasonal licenses that were issued through the lottery process. And I believe at committee, it was decided that all of the seasonal licenses, which is equivalent to 37% of the regular taxi licenses, so would generally equal 47 licenses, that the recommendation being brought forward after executive committee was that all of those licenses now be issued directly to the brokers, and there no longer be any lottery process related to the issuance of the seasonal licenses.
Stevens.
Through the chair, could you elaborate on what the implications would be of this change for the brokers, the existing decal holders, as well as those who at one time held these licenses?
Mr. Kowski.
Through the chair, what would happen was, I'll talk about, rather than percentages, because that did confuse us at committee, I'll use raw numbers. So overall, there were 47 seasonal licenses. 29 of those were going to individuals that acquired the licenses through a lottery process. Their 3-year term has expired, and we would no longer issue directly to individuals. And that was 29 licenses. The brokers were still getting roughly 17 licenses. They would maintain those 17, but also take on the remainder of the ones that were issued through the licenses. So brokers overall would get 47 seasonal licenses and be able to allocate those to current decal owners or drivers within their brokerage as they saw fit and saw the demand on the road. And then, of course, no licenses issued through the lottery to individual license holders.
Councillor Stevens.
Okay, those are my only questions.
Thank you very much. Speakers to the report. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks, and yeah, I'll support this. I think it's this was what I was fighting for last time. But of those 47 seasonal plates that were used, how many actually got used last year through the winter?
Mr. Kowski.
Through your worship, last year there were actually 17 licenses put on the road for that.
17 out of 47, so 30 were sitting idle. Okay. The percentage is 37% of the, however it's calculated. How many cab companies are there eligible for a piece of that 37%?
Mr. Kowski.
At present time, there are 3 taxi companies that are eligible.
So, okay, thanks. What happens if a 4th company comes in, like I'm hearing is happening? How does that pie split up then?
Mr. Kowski.
Through your worship, yes, there is another applicant, and should they acquire any taxis as of September 1st is when we do our allocation, and each taxi brokerage gets a proportion of licenses equivalent to their the proportion they have of regular licenses. So if one taxi broker had 60 of those licenses, they would get 50% of the seasonal licenses. If they had 30, they would get 20% of the seasonal licenses.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to make sure that you were aware that there is another company coming, and they've obviously put their application in. And the other question is, so we had 30 licenses that didn't hit the street last winter. If one of the four companies, let's say one company holds those 30, if the other three wanted, they got their allocation, they got everything they wanted, but they all of a sudden had a need that they thought, hey, I could use 5 more. Can we reallocate from one broker to another? If the one broker says they're not going to use them, can we give them to another one in the seasonal?
Through you, Your Worship. Yes, we have the ability if a broker does not put their vehicles on the road within 30 days of the start of the seasonal period to bring those licenses back and then reallocate to another brokerage or.
And if I could through you again, what's the fee, what's the charge to have a seasonal plate?
Through you, Your Worship, the license fee is $375.
So would we charge that $375 again to the second applicant if the first one wasn't using them? Or are they only charged once it hits the street?
Mr. Kowski?
Through you, Your Worship, they're only charged once they plate that vehicle.
Oh, okay. Okay. Good. That was it. Thank you.
So, Councilor Fedor, I think I might have missed you. You're next, and then we'll go to Councilor Bresciani.
Just a quick one quick question. So when the, through you, Your Worship, so when the brokerages get that percentage, 37, so they get, let's say they're getting, let's say 10 or 15, and if they're only using 10, do they have to return that back into the city, or they can hang on to it and use it as they please? Is that how it works? Could you, to Your Worship?
Mr. Kowski?
Through you, Your Worship, administration has the ability to request those decals be brought back or leave them with the brokerage until the appropriate time that they need them to meet demand.
Okay, so to Your Worship, what I understood is that then if they want to hang on to them, they can hang on to them. As long as you communicate with them, is that what it is? So they don't have to go back and forth, they can keep them. If they need them, put them on. If they don't, hold on to them. Is that what I'm getting?
I think that's what you said, Mr. Kowski?
Yeah.
Through your Worship, that is correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Fedor. Councilor Bresciani?
Through the chair, just a quick question. So does this affect at all any of the drivers or the licenses that people drive for people with disability? Are these licenses affected in any way?
Mr. Kowski?
By losing the lottery?
Through you, Your Worship, seasonal licenses are only issued for regular taxi services and not accessible services.
Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilor Bresciani. Other speakers to the report? So I believe there's a change we have to make to the recommendation. I'll ask the Deputy Clerk to explain that.
Through you, Your Worship. So just to explain, the original recommendation from committee that administration brought forth is what you currently can see as the recommendation that council should approve. But the correction is actually explained under the history section of the report. Recommendation number 1 should have read, amend the taxi bylaw 1994 to issue seasonal taxi cab owners licenses in an amount equal to 37% of total regular and temporary taxi cab owners licenses held by licensed taxi cab brokers directly to the taxi cab brokers.
So Councillor Stevens, could you make that the motion?
I could. I cannot read verbatim what Amber has listed, but
It's the second paragraph under history, the third paragraph under history.
sorry, I'm just going to bring up We Govern.
Yeah.
Amber, would you mind putting that text up there? I'm just scrolling through my document here. History.
You can't pull it up and We Govern, Councillor Stevens?
Sorry, I'm just having problems with it right now.
For the history, Your Worship, sorry, just procedure here. For the history, it shows in the report CR 20-53. I don't see the report history showing in CR at 2011.
Yeah, this is 53, and it's the third paragraph under history.
Third paragraph.
Yeah, so it's in 53.
Report 53.
Third paragraph under history. The committee adopted a resolution in an amount equal to 37% of total regular temporary taxi cab owner licenses held by licensed taxi cab brokers.
Right.
Well, Amber, since you have it there, could you just put up that text?
Yeah, I've got it. Sorry.
Yeah.
I've got
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay. So Councillor Stevens,
I'll
you
make that
accept that
amendment.
as your motion?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm not sure who seconded that. Councillor Flake, are you okay with the change? Okay. Other speakers to the report? I don't see any. So, Councillor Stevens, unless you want to close debate, I'm going to call for the vote on this.
I have nothing else to add.
Okay, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll start with you, Councillor Stevens, please.
No.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor O'Donnell.
In favor.
Councillor Bryce.
In favor.
Councillor Murray.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Young.
In favor.
Councillor Flagel. Mayor Fougere.
I vote yes.
Carries 10-1, Your Worship.
Thank you for that. That's good. So I'd like to move on to the Globe Theatre. This is report CM 20-18. And this is information that was requested by the committee, which is the main report after report 54. So if I could ask for a motion to receive and file report CM 20-18, please.
Hawkins moves.
I would
receive
move
and
that,
file.
Councillor.
Okay, Councillor Hawkins, and I didn't catch the second.
Young.
Councillor Young, okay.
Councillor Young.
So this information will receive, we will feed into the next report. So I'd ask for to. Sorry, we have a delegation. Yes, I'm sorry. I apologize. We have a delegation on this. And this is Jamie Bolt. Jamie, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you very much. If you can identify yourself for the record, who you represent. You have 5 minutes, and I want to thank you for your patience, and you have the floor for 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you so much, Jamie Bolt, Globe Theatre, through you, Your Worship. I just want to say that I appreciate the opportunity to attend today. and the level of scrutiny around the spending of public funds at this time especially. And it seemed to me when I was writing that supplementary report that community was the key theme. And so, these questions that were asked really resonated deeply with me. And over the last 18 months, I've spent a significant amount of time maintaining, connecting, and reconnecting with the community. And at Globe, we recognize the importance of this, to continue to listen and learn, and to work in partnership and collaboration with our community in numerous and varied ways. And I think, not to take up a lot of time, because a lot of the things are written in the report for everyone to read, but I just think a few highlights of things that Globe is working on, from a building that will be bigger and be able to accommodate more programming for community, be more financially accessible and accessible period for our community. I think some of the other key things Globe has done over this last year that's really community focused and thinking about the needs of our community is the development of an artistic advisory committee, and this is made up of about 16 Saskatchewan, mostly local, artists and the arts community. And that group is advising us in how we move forward. They were involved in the hiring of our new artistic director. They'll be involved in the design of our building, and just to keep us connected with the community and make sure that those voices are heard. And that group was struck in January. We've also recently hired a cultural liaison worker who's helping us to ensure that we are meeting the needs of our community on all aspects, and even things like advising us on our building recommendations, like making sure that we have a smudge room that is appropriately vented, and so that we're not running around trying to, turn off fire alarms and making a big deal out of when a cultural experience is going to happen in our building. We also reimagined one of our positions to an arts engagement manager, and the idea was that over the next few years, while we're not in our building, that we really need to reach out and be out in the community and start listening to the community. So when we move back in, that we say that our doors are open and we're inclusive, but we recognize that we need to make those connections and touch points within the community so that it's very genuine when our doors open and people feel welcome to our space. And so I think I'll leave it to questions. I think that the report is pretty self-explanatory, and I'll just, leave it open to questions from folks.
Good. Thank you very much, Ms. Bolt. We'll see if there are questions. I have Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Jamie, for providing the information at Finance as well as Council here. In regards to your list, thank you for sharing that, and your words are exactly right, talking about the community when the dollars are funded this way. In your first statement there, as far as one of the bullets that you have, it's kind of working with at least 500 students, and it has, I don't have it right in front of me, but it's working with core and community schools. I'm just wondering, would the Globe, though, also be open to working with both school divisions, not just with the intercity and the core, but with schools working some kind of a partnership with both school divisions in that way, or maybe that's already being done through the chair?
Ms. Bolt?
Through you, Your Worship. Yeah, absolutely. We are open to it and willing to understand what the program looks like in the schools. We certainly, are interested in being in both of the school systems, and so that's absolutely, we're very open to that for sure. And also reimagining how we're trying to think about that right now. We may not be in schools, and so we've already been in contact with the public school and talking about how can we rethink how we are offering programming and services in a different way during the pandemic as well.
Great, thank you through the chair. That was my next question. Some theaters have now started to kind of reopen. We got the message that theaters can reopen. Will it be virtual? Because or how will it work now? What's the steps ahead? Through the chair.
Ms. Balt?
Through you, Your Worship. Yeah, we're working on a digital platform. Certainly not our most ideal situation, but yes, we will be doing some virtually and making use of the opportunity to gather people while sticking with the regulations and just thinking about how to do that in creative ways. I'd mentioned previously, I believe that we have a new artistic director, Jennifer Bruin, coming in, who is well known for theater in creative spaces and also radio drama. So not to give away too much, but we're really excited about some of the partnerships that we have already started to just do things a little differently in the next season.
Great. Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brashani. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. Jamie, I'm pleased to see your report, and what I'm struck with is the talk about a more inclusive theater. And we know from the history of Globe that they have a great track record of working with artists who are Black, Indigenous, and people of color. And you're going to consult with them. Could you talk for just a moment about that consultation?
Ms. Bolt?
Through you, Your Worship, absolutely. So what we've done is looked at folks that have been in our theater before and have started some dialogue around how things went for them in our theater, and really open to hearing if we could have done things different or better. And also, very uniquely, we are reaching out to Saskatchewan artists, BIPOC artists that have not worked at Globe. And in fact, one of them is coming back and teaching in our new reimagined theater school, which we're going to be announcing next week. And he's really excited and is sharing some valuable insight as to his experience and how we can maybe make it, again, a more inclusive opportunity, especially for Saskatchewan artists.
Thank you. Thank you, Jamie, and thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Other questions of the delegation? There are none. Thank you, Ms. Bolt, for waiting and taking questions in your presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we'll now move on to, we do have a mover and seconder for the supplemental report. So I'd ask for a vote on that one. That's received and filed. That will feed into the main report, which is 54. Mr. Clerk.
Councillor Hawkins, I will start with you, please.
In favor.
Councillor Young.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Murray.
In favor.
Councillor Bryce.
In favor.
Councillor O'Donnell.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Flagel. And Mayor Fougere.
In favor.
Carries unanimously, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. So we'll go on to the main report before us, which is report 54. Councillor Bryce, do you want to introduce the motion, and perhaps the administration will have comments on this after before we open up to the floor? But the floor is yours.
Yes, I'll move the report if I can get a seconder.
Seconder, please.
Councillor Young seconds it.
Thank you, Councillor Young.
Thank you. And maybe I'll hand it over to administration before I make my comment.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Holden.
Through your worship. So the report in front of you is about the Globe Theatre redevelopment project. Of course, this is a project that has been discussed in our community for a very long time. So the report in front of you is to really meet the funding commitment that council has committed And we're recommending that we take the funding from the Recreation Cultural Capital Program, and that the amount be funded over 4 years, 2020, 2021, 2022, and 2023. At 1.32 million in 2020, and then 1.76 million in 21, 22, and 23. So obviously, Ms. Bolt has spoke at committee a number of times. I think that council's well aware of the background and the importance and the value of the Globe to our community and to our downtown. So we'll be prepared to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Councillor Bryce?
Thank you. So we did debate this at length at Finance and Admin. We wanted to make sure that the value for the community was high, which you see in the report that it is. So I'm moving concurrence based on that, and this is a commitment that we've made in the past that we will come forward with this. So this is holding up to our word. I'll leave my comments at that.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. Through the chair. Just a question about how much we're drawing each year from the Recreation Cultural Program. There are amounts listed in the report. Roughly what percentage of the program are we drawing from each year to pay for these commitments?
Ms. Schultz?
Through you, Your Worship, we are drawing approximately, about 30%, between 30 and 40% each year to fund the capital.
Okay, terrific. Through the chair, final comment. If we didn't contribute this, and I'm completely supportive of it, this project would be in the lurch. In the future, would it be possible for us to make this formal commitment at council earlier? Because our contribution here is essential. Would it be a better idea for us to make this contribution formally at council in advance rather than waiting to the end? Through the chair.
Mr. Holden.
So through Your Worship, I mean, I think if the stars aligned and the project comes to the table and there's the availability of infrastructure funding, we can leverage provincial and federal investment, the answer is absolutely yes. This is a project that had taken a number of twists and turns in terms of potential funding availability, and then just some things not coming to fruition. So this is something that we've been trying to fund for quite some time, and it's only through infrastructure programs that come forward. I think that gives us an opportunity. At this one, we're clearly making the investment ourselves because the infrastructure programs just didn't come into play on this project.
But I want to add to this if I could. This actually has been voted on by council to support the project, formally voted to support the project. This report before us, and Mr. City Manager, you can correct me if I'm wrong on this, is actually the final step that the federal government requires under the ISA program, a resolution from council to fund it. So I'm not saying it's pro forma, but it's sort of at the end of the process. We've already had a public announcement. We've already had this go through council. The funding mechanism is what's in addition to this as well.
So through Your Worship, yes, I would concur with that. This is just it's a timing thing more than anything else. Council made the commitment a number of years ago. It's just a matter of now that the funding is there, and we've been able to negotiate that with the province. And of course, this is a unique project because the application is actually the Globe, and we're supporting the Globe in terms of meeting their 26.7% contribution.
Perfect.
Stevens?
Thank you.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay. Other. Okay. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, through the chair. So one of the questions that was asked at Finance was the fact that say this goes under, or for some reason there's a problem later down the way that there's a financial problem and they go under. what will be in the contract as far as the city's portion or protection for the city asset, through the chair?
Ms. Harlock?
Your Worship, so we'll have a number of different mechanisms within the contract that we're creating. One with respect to payments, they have terms that they have to meet with respect to the payments and what's eligible. And then following completion of the project, we do have wording within the contract or the proposed contract whereby if they were to dispose of the asset, that the city would be looking for some reimbursements with respect to this investment.
Okay, great. I think through the chair, that was one of the questions that was, as Councillor Bryce has indicated, because there is city funding going into this, we wanted to ensure that there's going to be lots of programming for the city partners, stakeholders, to have the opportunity to embrace the theater and the arts here. The last question that I had was regarding just the type of funding. So as we've gotten the funding, was this ever a consideration for it to be considered in that, through that fund, rather than us taking out this 1.7 for the next 4 years rather than carrying on the debt? Was that ever a consideration through finance, to the chair?
Mr. City Manager.
So through your worship, the MEEP funding has a requirement that construction be complete by March 31st of 2022. So under this scenario, that project would not be complete by that time frame. So it's not a project that we would allocate the MEEP funding towards.
Great, thank you, that's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to add a piece to the history of decisions. I believe way back when we said we would agree to do this, it was only if the federal and provincial governments would provide their share of the funding, and that's what's taken so long. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Other speakers to the report? I would just add this is a tremendous project for our city. It's revitalizing downtown. It really is an anchor for the downtown to have a revitalized Globe Theatre, and I really appreciate the support by council for a previous council decision to go forward. And it is a unique one, as has been stated. It is not a city project. It is a non-city project, which is unique and different, but lots of discussion between the Globe and Minister Goodale when he was the political minister here too, and the stars aligned to come forward to make this a project a reality. So I know there'll be the Globe happening in another location as this renovation takes place, but when it is finished, it's going to look beautiful. It will be an attractive way to bring people downtown, so I'm very supportive of the report. So, Councillor Bryce, do you want to close debate?
No, enough's been said. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Bryce, I'll start with you, please.
In favor.
Councillor O'Donnell.
In agreement.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Flagel. Councillor Young.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Murray.
In support.
Mayor Fougere.
I vote yes.
Carries unanimously, Your Worship.
Thank you. We have one more delegation, Ross Keith. This is on the Mayfair Apartments. Mr. Keith, are you there? He didn't call in. He's here till 5. Okay. Okay. If I have a receive and file for Mr. Keith's presentation.
So moved.
Okay. I'm sure I caught that. National? Okay, that's good. Anyone opposed to receive and file? I see that's carried. So, Councillor Bryce, if you want to introduce the Finance Administration report on the Mayfair apartment for heritage rehabilitation.
Sure, I'll move concurrence in the report. I'm just pulling it up. This is CR 20-55.
I'll second that. Hawkins.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Okay. Administration have any comments on the report? Nope. Okay. Councillor Bryce, do you want to have anything you want to add to it?
No, I think it's self-explanatory.
Okay. Any discussion on the report? Mr. Clark, you want to take the vote, please?
I will start again with you, Councillor Bryce.
In favor.
Councillor Murray.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Young.
In favor?
Councillor Flagel.
Yes.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor O'Donnell.
In favor.
Mayor Fougere.
Vote yes.
Carries unanimously, Your Worship.
Thank you. Now we'll go to the bylaw. Councillor Flagel, 2020-40.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Mancinelli, that bylaw 2020-40 be introduced and read a first time.
Anyone opposed to it? It's carried.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Bryce, that bylaw 2020-40 be read a second time.
Any discussion? Anyone opposed? It's carried.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Bresciani, that council hereby consent to bylaw 2020-40 going to a third reading at this meeting.
Anyone opposed? Carried unanimously.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Stevens, that bylaw 2020-40 be read a third time.
Anyone opposed? Motion's carried. So I'd now like to move to CR 20-57. This is the MEEP, or the Municipal Economic Enhancement Program funding allocation. And this comes through Executive Committee, so I'd ask Councillor Flagel to introduce us, please.
Okay. Why am I not seeing it here? Tabled? Oh, Zach.
Yeah. It's the meat right there.
Good job. Sure. This is CR 20-57, and it's called the MEEP program, and approved the City of Regina to $30,916,844 allocation of Municipal Economic Enhancement Program funding to the following projects as further detailed in option 1 in Appendix A of this report. Residential road renewal, $6.4 million. Wascana pool renewal, $12 million. Outdoor rinks, $0.7 million. Energy monitoring and optimization infrastructure, $0.7 million. Municipal Justice Building redevelopment, $7.5 million. Permanent paving markings, $0.7 million. Pedestrian connectivity at Pasco Street, $0.5 million. Expanded bike lanes and pathways on Albert Street, $0.9 million. Roof replacement, $1.5 million. Authorizing the city manager to apply for MEEP funding for the projects for recommendation number 1. And also to authorize the city manager to review, negotiate, approve, and enter into any MEEP funding agreements with the government of Saskatchewan for projects under the MEEP program. I need a seconder, please.
Seconder for that, please.
Jason.
Thank you, Jason. Councilor Massinelli, okay. Councillor Flagel?
Thanks. Just a couple of quick things. I mean, we can pick and choose a whole bunch of different things. We're not really getting a lot of $30 million gifts given to us, and this is going to drive the economy and redevelop us, as well as putting some more jobs out there for people to do, and not all of them are going to be just city workers. They're going to be construction, and they're going to be tendered out, and they're going to be done this. But my understanding is we have to have this back to the government by the 17th of July. Is that correct? Thank you. This is good because I'm glad we got the opportunity that we'll end up all talking about this, and I'll close on it as well. But it's sort of a little bit of everything, and you know, yeah, we could pick one or the other, and I know we'll probably talk about a few things. But the municipal justice building redevelopment at $7.5 million. I wonder about that one. I get it that it's part of the community, it's part of the police service, it's part of everything. So is that common for us to spend that kind of money to redevelop a building? Because how much of that is actually going into the building itself to structurally secure it?
Mr. Holden.
So through your worship, Mr. Lacey has joined us virtually this afternoon. So I will ask Mr. Lacey to take these questions.
Mr. Lacey.
Through you, your worship. So the municipal justice building currently is sitting empty. It does have a heritage component to it, the facade piece. So the funding of $7.5 million are the funds that have been estimated it would take us to do a complete renovation of that building, the interior, as well as preserving the heritage component.
But is that, if I could through you, is that will it be a finished building, completely done, ready for the community to use, ready for the police to use, or is there funding over and above that to put all that stuff in it?
Mr. Lacey.
No, through you, your worship, it would be complete funding for it to open and serve as the purposes intended. I'll perhaps ask Ms. Gasmo if she has any additional information to provide.
Thanks.
Go ahead.
Through you, your worship, I don't have anything additional to what Mr. Lacey has provided.
Thanks. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I was just wondering, and I didn't quite get the answer, is what is it going to cost to get the building ready to be then renovated? Because I know that there was a lot of structural work that needed to be done. Are we talking $4 or $5 million and then a couple million to renovate, or that was my original question?
Mr. Lacey.
Through you, your worship. So I don't have a breakout of the costs between the structural piece and the various components. The $7.5 million in the budget is intended to take care of all of those components and have that building then open as a community center, as a possibly a multi-purpose gym, as well as a possible fitness center for the Regina Police Service.
Okay.
So that $7.5 million is intended to cover both the structural as well as the renovation aspects that would occur to deliver that building to then allow that type of programming to occur within that facility.
Okay. So I'm going to go from one of the more expensive ones to one of the least on here, and it's $0.7 million for permanent paving markings. This has always been an issue in the city. We go out and paint something, and as one guy said, he said it rains and all the lines are gone. Have we got another way of putting the paint down? Sorry. Do we have another way of putting the paint down besides this rubberized stuff that I mean, there's some innovative companies out there that should be able to make some product that if you let it wash and rain or put a grater across it, you don't lose it. Have we been able to get in touch with any of these, or are we just going to continue status quo with paint it as often as we can, and it looks good for a little bit and then it washes away?
Mr. Conrad?
Through your worship. So the permanent markings is the best way to go, however, not cheap. Our team is in constant watch for new innovative ways to put the line markings down. That hasn't changed a lot over the last number of years, but we're always in contact with other municipalities as to what innovative things are out there to assist with any of the work that we do.
Yeah, thanks. And just a quick comment on the lanes. The lines is that I've had a few people actually ask me about it, and they said because at nighttime, when it rains, they can't see. So maybe we'll have to re-look at some allocation of funding to maybe start doing it a little bit more often or every year or that type of thing. So I'll leave it for now. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Councillor Murray, you're next.
Please, through the chair. Just a question for administration on the energy optimization allocation. A couple of years ago, Councillor O'Donnell, Hawkins, and I attended a briefing from a local energy optimization company, and they indicated that our facilities could save a lot of money in energy usage. Is that something that administration anticipates with this allocation?
Okay, Mr. Lacey.
Through you, Your Worship. Yes, that's correct. These dollars would be used to put infrastructure into a couple of our facilities. I will call it a pilot basis, whereby it would monitor our energy usage and provide us information by which we could make additional savings, hopefully, to reduce our overall energy costs. I anticipate if these projects are successful, then we would look at expanding that to other facilities within our facility network.
Which facilities has administration identified for the pilots?
Mr. Lacey?
Through you, Your Worship, I'm going to refer that question to Ms. Gasmo.
Ms. Gasmo.
Yes, through you, Your Worship, there are three facilities that have been identified. The first one is the Doug Wickenheiser Arena. The second is the Northwest Leisure Center. And the third is the Parks and Facility Administration Office. This will cover a range of different type of municipal buildings that the city owns to use for the pilot project.
Excellent. And is this investment, is this part of our renewable city motion as well? Would it feed into that?
Mr. Lacey?
Through you, Your Worship, in my view, there is a direct correlation to that motion.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Bresciani, you're next.
Thank you, Your Worship. So, in regards to the list that was presented to us, here, you know, I don't think you can go wrong with any of the things, because I think there's a lot of money there. First of all, thank you to the provincial government for the $30 million, because it does give us an opportunity to do some things that we haven't been able to do for a while. Now, but my concern is the municipal justice building redevelopment. I have some questions in regards to that. When I was looking at, now I believe in restoring heritage like anyone else does. I think it's a part of our history and a part of what we have to do. But I was surprised to see it on the list. Being on council, I have not heard one word about, and it's not come to council in a form that we should be redoing this building. I'm going to ask administration, is this on the heritage list right now?
Mr. Holden?
So through your worship, I'll start, and then I might ask either Mr. Lacey or Ms. Harlock to add some further comment. This is a project that has been in discussion since we did the core sustainability action plan, which dates back to 2007, 2008. And then of course it became the heritage neighborhood. So this is something that's been in discussion. It's not a new project. It's a project that, you know, simply hasn't made it to the top of our project list. Doesn't mean that it's not important. And if you go to the purpose of the MEEP funding, it's to really take a look at advancing a project that maybe we weren't, that wasn't in our current 5-year capital. But this is not a new project, so I can appreciate that your time on council, it hasn't been discussed on the floor of council, but it has been discussed in the community. There was some recent conversations with the Heritage Community Association. So this has been a live topic that there's been significant interest in the community. I'm not sure, Ms. Harlock, if you have additional comment?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship. So as Mr. Holden indicated, it was also identified in the Halifax study that was done in 2011. So we have known, and it's in our asset management documents, the amount of work that needs to be done to bring this property back to working order. It was decommissioned quite a few years ago and put into a state where it's just being maintained as best as we can, but we do need to put monies into this in order to maintain our heritage property.
Thank you for that. When I went online, I saw that in 2015, City of Regina is saying is goodbye to the Municipal Justice Building. And then when you look at a video from 2018, you have staff there saying that a portion of this is heritage, or there's a portion of it, and the rest would be fit for demolition. Councillor Stevens has also did an inquiry on the future of the Municipal Justice Building. And the first question was, what is it going to cost for this development, for the investment to preserve it? And the answer was $1.5 million. So how do we get from 1.5 to 7.5? Through the chair.
Mr. Holden.
So through your worship, I'll have Ms. Harlock talk to the heritage assessment of the building. And, you know, I think the 1.5, you know, going back to Councillor Flagel's question, was probably the investment just to take care of the physical structures that were failing, not a renovation and an upgrade.
Ms. Harlock, go ahead.
Through you, Your Worship. So we actually, during this time, the 1.5 was just to maintain the facade. So the issue is bringing the actual building up to code requires the 7.5 and doing all of the other things. So that's where that is. We have actually undertaken the new policy that council approved with the assessment, with our assessment tool. And the assessment tool has identified that this building is the category 1 and should be preserved. So the 1.5, as I said, was originally just looking at preserving the facade, but the larger bill, the 7.5, is to maintain the building.
Councillor Berciani.
Okay, thank you for that. So I guess the other thing is we've heard, as far as the plan, how did this come up? I guess that's the thing. Who decided it's going to be a community center, or is it going to be a cultural center, or, I mean, there's got to be some plan in place. I mean, I think it's us, we need to be prudent with the tax dollars. So just to put out the 7.5, it can be used in many ways. To say globally, we're just going to do a community center, I think that that neighborhood, I mean, we could go and have, there's a vacant lot right across the street and build one or purchase one for $500,000 and put millions of dollars into some kind of funding for resources for the community. So I really struggle with the fact that we're mixing the heritage and the building and trying to get that up and running, but we're also saying, hey, it could be a community center, it could be a cultural center, it could be a place for police to work out. You know, when the general public heard it was a place for police to work out, we've already committed about $45 million into a police station, purchasing the corner of Broad there, as well as the Osler Street. I think that we want something there for the community. When I see heritage, I want it to be a heritage, but I want it utilized, and we have a vision for it. So I'm not sure that do we have an actual plan of what we really want to see there yet?
Do you want to comment?
Putting the cart before the horse.
Sorry,
Yes, I
Councillor
do.
Shane, do you want a comment by the administration?
Yes,
Okay.
Your Worship. I want to know, is there an actual plan in place to know what's going to be physically? Because how can you come up with a cost of $7.5 million if you don't even really know what's going to go in the building? Through the chair.
So through you, Your Worship, so this is a project that has been talked about in the core community and the heritage community for many years. So I would say that it's being driven by two things. First of all, we have a heritage building owned by the City of Regina, and we are going to have to make an investment, given that it is an important heritage asset for our community. At the same time, there have been ongoing discussions with the Community Association prior to us acquiring the STC and looking at opportunities around rehabilitation or revitalization of the RPS headquarters. So there's always been a desire for community space, enhanced community space, and the core neighborhood, the heritage neighborhood, doesn't have facilities. So this is not, it's not a new initiative. It's something that has been discussed for a long time. To me, the opportunity that is additional is whether or not it ends up with a fitness facility for the Regina Police Service. I think that is still a conversation that can occur. The number one priority is the heritage and the community benefit, and there has been lots of conversations as to what types of facilities the community would like to see.
Councillor Berciani.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just almost my final question. Can I ask what projects were in lieu of this building? If this project did not go forward, what were some of the projects that would have been considered through the chair?
Mr. Holden.
So through Your Worship, obviously we have a 5-year capital plan. We have infrastructure backlog in terms of projects. So one of the questions I asked Mr. Lacey and Ms. Gazemo was, if we didn't put the MJB building into the MEEP funding, what would other opportunities be? So for example, we could do some renovations at the Mahan Arena. That would total $1.7 million. We could look at some of the support buildings out at Mount Pleasant in terms of washrooms, change rooms, clubhouses, and a number of buildings out there that are beyond their life expectancy, and that's about $3 million. And then we would again put an investment into our major roads of about $2.8 million, and that's making sure that we're investing in infrastructure and that we're continuing to provide some flexibility in terms of not having to reduce other projects. So we would do construction on sidewalks, curbs, gutters, landscaping, and road surface. So there's a number of projects that if the MJB is not on, that we would move forward.
Thank you. I have the recreation master plan in front of me, and I had the other one that was done by the city staff, saying that the infrastructure that we have for our recreation is absolutely old, and our recreation facilities need a lot of work, and we can see it by having to do 2 pools in a couple years here within the same year. Was there ever any consideration as to some of the things in that plan to move forward? We need an indoor pool, which we've heard. That was one of the big ones. An indoor, we need some new facilities and facilities in the new areas that are boasting to the seams. Was there any consideration in any of those through the chair?
Mr. Holden.
So through Your Worship, so obviously, the recreation master plan and the commitment that both council, I think, and the administration have made to that plan. We kickstarted a capital program through savings out of the management review to the tune of $3 million annually. The recreation infrastructure of 0.5% in terms of recreation for the next 5 years. So we are creating a capital fund that will be able to make some investment in those recreation priorities. Obviously, some of the major priorities, you know, an indoor aquatic facility to replace the Lawson Aquatic Center is our number one priority, and of course, you know, that's probably in the range of $120 million. So $30.9 million in terms of meat funding is a lot of money. However, when you put it towards some fairly significant capital projects, it gets invested fairly quickly. So definitely, though, recreation is a priority, and you know, we're continuing to move forward with projects. And then, of course, you know, outside of meat funding, we would look at ISIP funding for other opportunities as we partner with the provincial and federal government on some of those other projects as we move forward.
So, Councillor Shannon, before I give you the floor back, your time is almost up. If you're looking for an amendment, you have about 19 seconds left on your clock.
Okay. Your Worship, I'm not going to bring forward amendment, but I will add my comment is that when we go through this process again, I would ask that administration bring forward their recommendations with other recommendations as a supplementary report, so council has all of the information that they're making a decision on, rather than just what's brought forward. So if that can be taken back, I would appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor.
I've requested the information a few times. It never came through, and again, I would like to see that in the future. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bershani. Councillor Massanelli.
Thanks. Just a comment through the chair. In these tough financial times, I appreciate the stance administration took and the strategic use of the funds to offset some debt and to save $750,000 a year for taxpayers. Smart use of the money. I just wanted to comment that I appreciate that.
Thank you, Councillor Massanelli. Other speakers to the report? I'll just make a quick comment. I support the recommendations and start by thanking the province for its $150 million across the province, almost $31 million for Regina, and we're looking for shovel-ready projects that make a difference, that begin to hire people and get work done here over the next 2 years. There's so many more projects that we can do, and the amount of money that's available is limited, of course, so appreciate that we had a couple of options in the report, and we had a good discussion at Executive Committee, and we're having another good one here too, so it's important we get this list over to the province so they can approve this by, I believe it's July 17th, so very much appreciative of this. So see, actually, Councillor Fedura has a comment. Councillor Fedura.
Thank you, Worship. I know we made a decision, and Mr. Holden mentioned about Mohan. I just want to ask a question on as we're going through those lists. What state of repair or disrepair is Mohan as we speak, Your Worship?
Mr. Holden?
Through your worship, I'll ask either Ms. Gazmo or Mr. Hansen to provide a comment on the Mahan specifically.
Ms. Gazmo?
Sorry, through your worship, I'd ask, I think Mr. Powell is on the line. He could speak more to the details of what would be done at the Mahan.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi there. Through you, Your Worship, the Mahan renovations include work on the roof, as well as in the lobby and the dressing rooms, and new rink boards and glass, and a new skating surface base, and refrigeration piping, as well as crawl space infrastructure improvements.
Councillor Fedura?
Okay, thank you. So, yeah, because I'm just looking at the one side here. A lot of the hockey has been kind of lost from here with the twin arenas leaving. So this is a facility that's being used quite a bit. So if we say we are renovating, or this is part of that's not going to be renovated. Worship.
Okay. To the administration. Mr. Holden?
So through your worship, I mean, the project is not in the meat funding, but obviously we have a regular program in terms of maintenance of arenas and capital investment of arenas. So it's not that we're not making the investments that we need to make. Mr. Powell may be aware of the timing of investment in Mahan outside of MEEP.
Powell, go ahead.
We have funding in our FAM, which could be done next year, 2021.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Findura. Councillor Flake, do you want to close debate?
Yeah, real quick. I just want to touch on Councillor Bresciani's comment about maybe buying a building over in the 11th Avenue area and renovating it for about, maybe $1.5 million instead of spending all the money on this to the building. Did we not have funding set aside for repairs to this building once we decided we're keeping it and we're told it's heritage?
Mr. Holden?
So I'll ask Mr. Powell to provide some comment.
Mr. Powell?
I'm not aware of any funding that's set aside from previous years.
Okay, all right. I think that, I'm going to support all this because we've got to get this done. We're kind of under the gun, but I think these types of projects, I was under the understanding, I just heard from Mr. Holden, that the gym and all this other kind of stuff for the police is a possibility to go in there. But I believe that the majority of the money is going to be spent on the bones of the building. And if it's a heritage property that needs to be restored and put to use, then I guess we'll find uses for it, whether it's all community, whether it's city function facilities, police, other entities. So I'll leave it at that, and we'll move forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll start with you, Councillor Flagel, please.
Yes.
Councillor Mancinelli.
Approved.
Councillor O'Donnell.
In favor.
Councillor Bryce.
In favor.
Councillor Murray.
In favor.
Councillor Findura. Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Young.
In favor?
Mayor Fougere.
I vote yes.
Carries unanimously, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. So I'd like to have us skip over to report 20-61. This is the Recreation Cultural Capital Plan under the Priors and Planning Committee meeting. I'm wondering, Councillor Flagel, if you could introduce that report. Report 61.
61.
Yep. CR 20-61.
63. Oh, priorities. Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay, sorry, thank you. CR 20-61 is the following project is associated expenses from the Recreational Cultural Capital Program and Recreational Infrastructure Program. So we've got Courtney Street Pathway Project for $250,000. Prince of Wales Pedestrian Connectivity for $550,000. Wascana Pool Playground and Spray Pad, $660,000 in 2020, both funding streams, and $834,000 in 2021. We met as PPC, the committee, on May 19th, 2020, and the committee adopted a resolution in concurrence to these reports.
Do you have a seconder for that, please?
I'll second that, Hawkins.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Any discussion on the report? Somebody able to get the work done this summer, so pretty important to get it done now. If there's no speakers, I'm going to ask the clerk to take the vote on the report, please.
Councillor Flagel, please.
Yes.
Councillor Young.
Yes.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Murray.
In favor.
Councillor Bryce.
In favor.
Councillor O'Donnell.
In favor?
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Mayor Fougere.
I vote yes.
Carries unanimously, Your Worship.
Thank you. So I'm going to this priority list that I got from the administration, so we're going to skip to report 20-63, discretionary use building for a planned group at Rosewood Park. And that would be Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm really pleased to bring this one forward. So it's a discretionary use application for a planned group of dwellings. Alan Wallace from the National Affordable Housing Corporation spoke to the Planning Commission, and he described a residential building with 48 units in 4 multi-unit buildings. There's on-site parking that far exceeds what is required. And then they also used crime prevention principles in the design, the COP-TED principles, and it exceeds the landscaping requirement. 25% of it will be landscaping. It's going to be affordable, and 45%, I believe, of the rentals will be affordable, and 55% will be at market value. It's next to a school and a proposed daycare, and on a collector road with future transit potential. Perfect for an affordable housing building, and it was a unanimous vote by Planning Commission. I ask for concurrence.
Thank you, Councillor. May I have a seconder for the report, please? Seconder?
Andrew.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Any discussion on the report? Mr. Clerk, I'd ask you to do the vote, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Young, I'll begin with you, please.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Murray.
In favor.
Councillor Bryce.
In favor.
Councillor O'Donnell.
In favor?
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Flagel.
Yes.
Mayor Fougere.
I vote yes.
Carries unanimously, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. So the next report I'm going to recommend we look at is report 20-64. This is the COVID-19 update. Mr. City Manager, do you want to give us a briefing before we move that report, please?
So thank you, Your Worship. So we've had lots of conversations and updates about COVID, and of course today provincial announcement in terms of the next phase of 4.2, which allows us to open our indoor pools and indoor rinks and indoor sport facilities and performing arts on July 6th. So that's good news. That's news that we were waiting for in terms of our indoor pools and of course region. But the report in front of you, the primary pieces that we need your approval is that we want to reintroduce the transit fares. So with council, with approval, we will start those on July 2nd. The other, of course, is to waive fees for street use permits and mobile food vending. And of course, the city solicitor will prepare the bylaws for that. And the other is, of course, an amendment to the university UPass agreement that's been suspended for the fall of 2020. So those are the main things that we need council approval on. Of course, some of the other things have already taken place back on June 15th. So that's the main part of the report that we need your approval for.
Okay, thank you for that. So that comes from Executive Committee. So I'd ask Councillor Flagel to introduce the report, please.
Okay, directed by the solicitor, this is CR 20-64, COVID pandemic bylaw adopted. The timelines and required set out in the bylaw identified in the report in the COVID-19 pandemic bylaw 2020. Support community recovery, delegate authority to the city manager to waive fees set out in the Regina traffic bylaw for street use permits for mobile food vending and outdoor restaurant seating. Transit services reinstated fares collection on June 29th. Delegated authority to negotiate and approve an amendment to the University of Regina student UPass agreement to suspend the program for the fall 2020 semester or until a future date when the university provides course primarily on campus. Sorry, they're just not there. At the June 10th, 2020 meeting, our exec committee considered the attached exec 20-20 report for the city manager. Recommend concurrence.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder for that, please?
I'll second it, Councilor Murray.
Thank you, Councilor Murray. So just, I think we need to have a slight amendment on recommendation number 1, June 29th, it says, so we have to change it to an effective date to the city manager, leave it to your discretion, but maybe we should say what that date would be.
So the date's July 2nd.
July 2nd.
July 2nd, okay. So Councilor
Yep.
Flager, you okay with that?
Yep,
July 2nd, everyone?
yes. Councilor Murray?
Okay, that's good. So we have a couple of speakers. Councilor Murray?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, just had a couple questions on transit. What is the total revenue that we've foregone since not charging any use of transit?
Ms. Schultz?
Just one moment. If you have another question through your worship, I'll look for a moment. And
I have just one other question as well. I believe all the councils CC'd on an email asking about on the bus. So my question is two pieces. First of all, are we able to maintain physical distancing on all of our transit fleet?
Mr. Holden?
So through your worship, just the question around the loss of revenue, first of all, we're projecting that towards the end of the year, we will be at a $7 million loss in transit revenue. And I'll let Mr. Onright take the question in terms of the restrictions in terms of how many passengers we can accommodate given social distancing.
Mr. Onright.
Maybe 7 million, 5 million is theirs. No, 5 million was there.
Mr. Onright, you have the floor.
Through your worship. The capacity, taking into account the 2-meter distancing, is 15 on our buses. That's what our restriction is at right now. We are in conversations with Saskatoon and the provincial government regarding any considerations they may look at in terms of capacity on the fleet. So we're awaiting some information to come back from the province.
Okay. If this can continue on for a significant amount of time with physical distancing on the buses, which I foresee, what is our subsidization rate for the buses, just to get an idea of what the future holds for transit?
So,
Mr. Onright?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So are you talking financial subsidization?
Yeah, subsidization compared to what it was pre-COVID when we could fill buses.
Mr. Onright?
Sorry to put you on the spot.
Well, our pre-COVID was about 65%, 67% subsidization. I would think moving forward we would be, if we can't change the capacity issue, we would be in upwards of 90%, 95%.
Okay,
the one,
thanks for that.
I will just add to the capacity question. We are running additional fleet in behind our high service routes so that if the buses are full or hit that 15 passenger capacity, we have another bus in queue to pick up additional passengers.
Okay. Thank you very much. The only reason I bring that up is that, if we're approaching that 95% rate, it's almost like a pilot project for not charging for transit, like other municipalities admitted to. So that's just my question on that. So I appreciate knowing that we're up that high, actually. The last point was if administration in the discussions with the health authority could ask about masks on the bus, if they do that as a necessary step at any point. If that could just be an undertaking.
Mr. Onrait, just to comment on that?
Through your worship, yes, we have definitely posed that question, and that is a conversation with CUDA, or Canadian Urban Transit Association, which is the national body for transit.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, through the chair. I have a follow-up to what Councillor Murray had asked. If we proceed with a policy to require masks on bus, which I would like the administration to pursue, does it have to come to council, or is that something that the city manager has the jurisdiction to impose?
Mr. Holden.
Through your worship, I would see that as an operational piece that we would just be able to implement as an administration.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, would it be feasible to get an update by the end of the week or early next week from CUDA as well as the Ministry of Health? I would actually like to see this imposed as soon as possible.
Mr. Onrait.
Through your worship, I am hoping we will have some information back by the end of the week or early next week. So we definitely can send a note to council with an update.
Okay, thank you. I look forward to seeing that. That's all.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. I'm just wondering, I want to ask a question about city staffing, and this is more about transit, but some more support community recovery. Can I ask the question about our staffing in the building? Like, where are we at with this? Because I'm hearing that we're asking our city clerks, some of our city clerk staff to come back middle of July or sooner. The mayor's office has some staff of his back. There's 15 or so people downstairs. There's some people in planning and development here, Service Regina. Are we doing this to trial it and see if it's working, or are we kind of trying to bring everybody back in a maybe not such a great environment when nobody else seems to be pushing the envelope to get people staffed back in the ivory towers of whatever building they live in? So we're putting people in jeopardy, and not putting, I shouldn't say in jeopardy, but yeah, some might think that because they isolate at home, they come to work, there's still some animosity going on around here, and then they go home to their families and they've been exposed to everything all day and their family's been staying home, and we're asking these people to come back. And if you think of people that have young children, like some of the people in clerks and even some of the other people in the different offices that are involved, how do we tell people it's okay to come to City Hall, and yet we're not 100% sure, and we're still pretty tentative about opening up sporting facilities, about opening up, and which I'm glad we're doing, because it's going to help that physical and mental thing that I've always talked about. But where do we start, and how do we draw the line, and how did we decide that planning should come back, Service Regina should come back, but engineering didn't come back?
Mr. Holden.
Parks.
So through your worship, I'll start, and then I'll ask Ms. Folk to make some comment. So really important that ever since the health emergency began, we have always said our number one priority is the health and safety of our staff,
right,
and the health and safety of citizens. So we have a planning team which is looking at kind of our reopen Regina and how we bring things back online, whether that's a indoor pool that we just got the authority from the province today. We have been very cautious, I think, in terms of sending as many employees home as could effectively and efficiently work from home, and we had that technology that allowed us to do that. But in terms of bringing people back, obviously we're following public health orders. There's a recommendation, both federally and provincially, that if people can effectively and efficiently work at home, then they should continue to work from home. At the end of the day, we have businesses to run, and some of that business requires face-to-face interaction. So we made a decision to reopen the main floor of City Hall and provide what I would say limited counter service. Yep. We've had on average 150 citizens each and every day come to City Hall to conduct business in some way, shape, or form. So, although we have people working from home, as we start to resume some of our functions and we reopen facilities, then we need to balance the approach of who needs to return to work, what's the priority reason for why they're returning to work, and obviously, those then that continue to work from home. And of course, we have some regulations around, capacity and social distancing. But I'll let Ms. Folk talk in a little more detail in terms of just our timeline and our approach in terms of the time frame in which we'll be bringing people back.
Okay, thanks, Folk.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. A large piece of what we're doing is to ensure that we're bringing staff back in a very staged and focused manner. So City Hall, as well as all of our other office buildings, have been assessed to meet requirements that are outlined by the public health officer. And so we've got the ability to bring about 50% of our professional administrative staff back to work. So it's through the course of the summer and into September, we'll be working with our operating areas to determine who actually physically needs to be in the building to complete the business function, and then bring people back in a very staged manner. So again, as Mr. Holden has said, the reopen plan is very clear that the government of Saskatchewan and the chief medical officer are encouraging people to work from home as long as possible, and where feasible, we will continue to do that depending on what the business requirements are.
Okay.
Councilor Flagel?
Yeah, I'm just, it's always curious because, we went 3 months and there was only like 25 people in the building, or 50 people maximum. And I think if I could, Mr. Holden, your staff was 2 times a week, half a days or something to that effect. And that seemed to suffice. The mayor's office, the clerk's office, there was nobody in. Everybody was home. I don't know if anybody skipped a beat, honestly, for that timeline. Now, if things get busier and optics need to be looked at and we need to sort of get people back here, I get that. But at the same time, when you have people running and doing things, I've heard that people work harder when they're at home than they're doing it at City Hall, or more productively, I should say. And timelines and dealing with things at night, and as opposed to because they feel more comfortable. Maybe they've taken 20 minutes more longer during the day, and now they'll put in an extra time. So I hope we can keep a balance of it, because I think it's important that we do this the right way. And I'm glad to hear some of the stuff you guys have talked about in terms of timing and all these other things. But I just don't want to see us rush back into having 450 people in the building, in the next 2 months, because I think that'd be ludicrous. So thanks.
Okay, we'll move on to Councilor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. I really appreciated the comment on masks. I was at Farmers Market on Saturday, and I was one of about 2 people who had a mask on. And I spoke to the woman from the Farmers Market that was spraying hands as people entered, and she said some people were refusing that, and she told them they couldn't come in without it, so then they said okay. I think people are starting to be complacent here because the South has not had a lot of cases, although I understand there's 1 new today in the South. So anything we can do to talk to the provincial government and find out where they are with this and what they're telling people, I think would be helpful. I think as things open, more and more people are going to feel like times are normal and we can just behave like we always behave. So I'm just raising that as a red flag that I'm seeing fewer and fewer masks on people. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Young. Councilor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. The administration, I'm curious to know what the thinking is on the reopening of Henry Baker Hall for council meetings.
Mr. City Manager.
So through you, Your Worship, that is a conversation that we want to have with council in very short order. So as we look to reopen various facilities, what is council's comfort level in terms of returning to the chamber. And of course, a return to the chamber, there would need to be certain, physical distancing supports put in place. So whether that is separating the workstations that you sit at, whether it's installation of plexiglass, obviously, we have to decide on delegations, whether they continue to connect virtually. There are restrictions in terms of just the physical distancing that we can put people in the space. So obviously, a lot of it depends on when council wants to come back, and what does that look like? Is it half of council every other meeting? Do we look at, like I say, the separation so that we can get all 11 of you back in? So that's a conversation that we'll be having in fairly short order, and we'll be looking to take direction from council as to what your desire is in terms of getting back to whatever that next normal may look like.
Thank you very much, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I first of all want to thank the administration for working to keep our staff and our community safe. So thank you for that to start with. I think people's anxiety and mental health has increased during this time. Thank you for the update on COVID. I think we have to take it step by step and react on what's happening in the community as well. So if we see a lot of people apprehensive to come back, then we slow things down a little bit. If we see people needing masks, like we've seen the emails coming out asking about masks on buses, maybe we need to react to that and put out a memo asking people to be sensitive and wear masks when you're on the bus, because you are in an enclosed space, and if there's not this 2 meters apart, you're putting each other at risk. So we need to make sure that we are following all those and keeping up with the guidelines that the province sets forward as well with the medical health officer. So thank you for what you've done so far.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor Brasciani.
Thank you, Worship. I think that city administration has done a great job in leading our city and keeping everyone informed, number one. And I think the safety as well with regarding the buses. There has been extra incurred costs, though, for spraying down on the buses and the loss of revenue due to the services that we've been able to not be able to charge for, programming, things like that. So where are we at federally in any kind of financial reimbursement through discussions with the feds, through the chair?
I can actually provide some update on that. There's ongoing discussions between the federal government and the provinces. That's the $15 billion package that relates to everything from operational expenses that municipalities have had to daycare, to PPE equipment to help out. There's a host of other things. There is no announcement coming. As the Big City Mayors Caucus has been meeting previously to advocate on behalf of municipalities, of course, there's been no meeting scheduled for the last couple of weeks. And at the moment, none scheduled beyond Mayor Don Iveson from Edmonton, who's the chair of the Big City Mayors Caucus, having a media conference last Friday to push again for support for municipalities. So there really is no new news to be given. I can say, though, that most provinces have said that the discretion of that money should be given to provinces and not to municipalities. Provinces know best how to spend the money. So there's a tug and pull as to how that goes, and no further details at the moment.
Okay, thank you for that, Mayor. So obviously you've been in discussions with the Premier then to advocate on our behalf, and if it be a letter or a conversation with the federal government, is that been had through the chair?
Discussions with the province. Through the Big City Mayors Caucus, a tremendous amount of advocacy work and done by FCM and by City Mayors Caucus and by individual mayors. on behalf of all cities. So the decision rests not at our table, at another table, and that's part of the problem we have as municipalities. We're never at the table to help make those decisions or to influence them. And to the extent we have the attention of Ottawa, it's good. The attention of the provinces, not so much. And that remains a work in progress.
Okay. Through the chair, I just ask if there's anything else that we can do that would be great to allow, if they're to contact the MPs, even we have here that are working on our behalf. I would, if we can do anything in that way to advocate, because we are going to be financially, we have been financially impacted, and we need to see some kind of refuge, just like other cities are going to be needing across the country. So again, I don't want to let down our guard either. I think we need to keep moving forward. And again, thank you to administration for staying strong, and to the City of Regina staff who have been serving our community through this.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Other speakers to the report? Okay, Mr. Clerk, the vote. Councillor Flager, do you want to close debate?
I'm good.
Okay.
I will begin with you then, Councillor Flagle, please.
Yes, please.
Councillor Young,
Yes.
Councillor Hawkins,
In favor.
Councillor Stevens,
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani,
In favor.
Councillor Findura,
In favor?
Councillor Murray,
In favor.
Councillor Bryce,
In favor?
Councillor O'Donnell,
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli,
In favor.
Mayor Fougere.
I vote yes.
Carries unanimously, Your Worship.
So I'd like to do the two bylaws related to this report. Councillor Flagle, this is bylaws 2020-42 and 43.
Thank you, and we'll have to do them separately, right? Just so you know. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Murray, that bylaw 2020-42 be introduced for the first time. Moved in an amendment, seconded by Councillor Mancinelli, that the date noted under section 1 and 4 of the bylaw be changed to July 2nd, 2020.
Take that as a friendly amendment. We'll do that.
Yeah.
So take that. Anyone opposed to the mover? It's carried.
Thank you.
Councillor Flagle.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Bryce, that bylaw 2020-42 be read a second time.
Any discussion? Anyone opposed? It's carried.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Bresciani, that council hereby consent to bylaw 2020-42 coming to a third reading at this meeting.
Anyone opposed to that? It's carried unanimously.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Stevens, that bylaw 2020-42 be read a third time.
Any opposed? It's carried. Councillor Flagle.
This is regarding bylaw 2020-43. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Murray, that bylaw 2020-43 be introduced and read a first time.
Anyone opposed? It's carried.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Mancinelli, that bylaw 2020-43 be read a second time.
Any discussion? Anyone opposed? It's carried.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Bryce, that council hereby consent to bylaw 2020-43 going to a third reading at this meeting.
Anyone opposed? It's carried unanimously.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Bresciani, that bylaw 2020-43 be read a third time.
Anyone opposed? That's carried. Thank you, Councillor Flagle. So I'd like to move into the notice of motion from Councillor Hawkins. And this is when we passed, maybe at the start of the meeting, this is urgent business. I want to make sure we get this done before we adjourn. Councillor Hawkins, I'm going to give you the floor.
Thank you very much. I move the notice of motion, and just the notice of motion reads, therefore be it resolved that support Regina Board of Police Commissioners motion P20-14 and P20-15 in their entirety, and 2, urge the implementation of the resolutions contained in the said motions by the Minister of Justice, Attorney General, the Government of Saskatchewan, and the Regina Board of Police Commissioners. I'd ask for a seconder.
Seconder, please.
Bresciani.
Councillor Young.
Okay, Councillor Bresciani, go. You got it? Okay.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll be relatively brief, although I believe that this is an important matter. The first motion passed by the Regina Board of Police Commissioners urged the establishment of a civilian-only incident response team. This would be an independent agency to conduct and investigate serious incidents of injury and death when police are dealing with civilians. The provincial government did introduce legislation moving in part to this direction, but the legislation did not set up an independent agency to conduct and invest serious incidents, and the motion made that request. The second motion that was passed by the Regina Board of Police Commissioners was a motion to increase funding of the incident response teams that are called out to deal with essentially non-criminal code conduct to which police must respond. This has echoes of an oft-repeated statement by the Chief of Police that you can't arrest your way out of crime. Many of the incidents to which the Regina Police are called out involve complex issues arising out of the need arising out of poverty, arising out of addiction, arising out of the need to support youth, arising out of the need for social workers. There are teams that do that work. They need support, they need encouragement, and they need financial resources, and that motion address those matters. These are motions which have enjoyed some considerable support within the province beyond just the Regina Board of Police Commissioners. The Saskatoon Board of Police Commissioners has passed similar motions. Senator Brent Cotter, who currently chairs the Provincial Complaints Commission, called for these kinds of measures recently. These are the kinds of measures that are available in every province across the country, except Saskatchewan, Prince Edward Island, and New Brunswick. I want to thank the Regina Board of Police Commissioners for its far-sighted work on this. I want to thank my fellow councillors for endorsing this motion. And I just want to make the following comment. These are reforms that are fair to people with complaints against police. Those people deserve impartiality in having those complaints considered. These are motions which are fair to police. I believe that Regina is very fortunate in having one of the finest police forces and police leadership in the country. I believe these motions improve accountability for the police and will enhance their public relationship because of that, their public reputation because of that accountability. And finally, I think these motions honor our council's commitment to reconciliations. So I appreciate support from council for these motions, and I urge them upon you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. There are speakers to the report. Councillor Murray.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'd like to first thank Councillor Hawkins for bringing this supportive motion forward. And I'd also like to thank the rest of the council for also signing on to it. I'll speak to the two motions that we passed to the board. The first being the additional ask of having civilian-only oversight, and this is it really stems from a lot of practice in other provinces of having a CERT team, and this is something that I think the National Board of Governance over Police is actually looking to have is a uniform oversight framework for every province. So this speaks to those goals nationally. And on the second part, the second motion, we know that 80% of the calls that police go to are non-criminal in nature; they're not criminal code. So we have some teams in place, like the PAC team is a great example. A currently, for those of you who don't know, they're only available 12 hours a day, not 24. And that's something that I think we really could benefit by passing this motion initially as the police board, but also having council support that. It sends a good message provincially. I see a lot of opportunities provincially with even sharing a serious incident response team with one of our neighboring provinces. That's a route that we could go, and that's a route that I would be supportive of. So thank you very much to all the councillors who signed on.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. Councillor Young.
Sorry, I got caught off guard here. Thank you, Your Worship. First of all, I want to thank Councillor Hawkins. The Police Commission worked on this. It's very important to us, and you read it correctly, and you understand the importance of moving our police service forward to the future and answering some of the issues that have come up, and that they aren't with us today, but I would think that the public members of the Police Commission would thank you as well. I just wanted to comment on what's in the news, that Minister Morgan has said that the chair of the Saskatchewan Police Commission is going to be vacant, and that he would like the government to look for a chair that would be Aboriginal or Métis, which I think is an excellent move in the right direction. For the civilian oversight, everyone is in favor of that. Everyone wants that to happen, especially the chiefs of police of Saskatchewan. And I think that community policing and community safety and well-being are being talked about by our council, and this is taking that one step further in looking at some of the prevention activities and community partnerships that are already in place that we can build on, but we need the support of the provincial government to do that. So thank you again on behalf of all of us.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Other speakers to motion? Councillor Flagel.
Thanks. This is all good, and it's another step that we've got to take. The one thing that I did just between when I got back and just before COVID hit was I spoke with the chief the chief of police, and he put me in contact with one of his department heads and one of his staff sergeants, and I had that person talk to 811. And 811 is a government agency that wants to help out with mental health issues. They want to help out with the different challenges that are coming across, and they're doing a great job as it is. Then COVID hit, and it kind of stalled that. So there's a bit of groundwork going on already with the government trying to work and do a little bit in there, but also the police force looked at it as a possibility of, not passing, but pushing some of these issues that they're not quite qualified to deal with over to 811, and they have all the clinical technicians and the psychological and evaluators. So that's been a big part, and I think hopefully once COVID slows down and relaxes, that the police force and 811 can continue to go back into it. But I just wanted you guys to know that, just so that if you hear anything out there from the 811s or the police, there are a couple of people that have been dealing strongly with this. Laura Lee Davies is one of them, and she's reached out with 811. So they're just another piece that the government is supplying. And the police was a little unaware that this was available to them from especially the mental health side of things and addictions and etc. So this is all good. It's something else that we've just got to help the citizens of Regina out with. So and then the other piece about having a third party look at some of these other issues is a great way of dealing with it, and gives everybody a clearer picture. So thanks.
Thank you very much for that. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you, Councillor Hawkins, for bringing this forward as well and allowing the rest of us to be part of it. I also want to just elaborate a little bit of what has been said in regards to moving forward on this quickly. This is something that Council has talked about it. You can see in the form different motions that have come from council, as well now coming from Board of Police Commissioners, which is great to see. So a great effort. I think that having, and I heard the announcement as well, that they want the oversight to happen and move forward. So that is the goal. But I do think there is something here about the supports, which is very important. One of the things I wanted to ask Councillor Hawkins, just in regards to, or about adding civilians to the police commissioner board. Where is that in here? That's an integral part as well regarding overseeing kind of how the workings.
I can actually answer that, Councillor Bresciani. The Board of Police is dealing with that issue later this week, and there'll be a report coming back to council in August that will give the advice and viewpoint of the police commission on the composition of the board. You'll get that, it'll come back to council very quickly.
Okay. Great, thank you. That is something that people have asked myself. I wasn't sure where that is at, so that's great if it's coming back quickly. That's another piece of this. But again, I think this just speaks to this motion does speak to, how we are going to work together to explore the opportunities for the organizations, as well as improve the overall community safety here in our city. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Other speakers? I'll just throw my voice in this one, and thank you, Councillor Hawkins, for bringing this forward, and for members of council for signing it as well. I won't repeat what was said, other than to say that the City of Saskatoon passed somewhat the same motion, that we have the same principles involved. And speaking with Mayor Clark and to his commission, I think it's really important that we have a common perspective on the Public Complaints Commission, dealing with civilian oversight, and the principle that police should not be investigating police. We have the united front in that regard. I have been already speaking with the Minister of Justice and Attorney General with the consent of council. I'll be now saying that City Council also endorses this proposal as well. This is, to me, is really quite important to have that discussion. The House is still sitting. Not that there will be any changes to be made, but the urgency that has been brought forward through Councillor Hawkins' comments and this report is that we move forward as quick as we can to have those comments. The Minister of Justice is I want to thank him for the changes that he made, but they don't really go far enough. Having observers look at what could be police investigating police is a step forward, but it isn't that transparency and independence that I think people want to see. And again, most other provinces already have this in place. And the conversation about the second motion that was put forward by the Police Commission is another conversation related to safety and well-being. That even though we spend 80% of our time as police service dealing with non-criminal code activities, some of those activities are still not safe. And those who provide the support need and want and require police service to stabilize the environment so that those professionals can get in and provide the help that they need. So I want to thank City Council for this, and Councillor Hawkins for moving this forward, and I hope that we have a unanimous consent and move forward. Thank you very much. Other comments? Mr. Clerk.
Does Councillor Hawkins want to close?
Councillor Hawkins, you want to close debate?
Just to say that I appreciate the strong and unified voice that council is giving to this. I think it reflects a strong and unified voice across the province. The cost of doing the independent incident response team was estimated by Senator Cotter at $1 million, and I can scarcely think of a better way to spend that money. So I thank you for your support, and I think we're ready to vote.
Thank you. We certainly are. Mr. Clerk.
I will start with you, Councillor Hawkins, please.
In favor.
Councillor Young.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Murray.
Favor.
Councillor Bryce.
In favor.
Councillor O'Donnell.
In favor?
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Flagel.
In favor.
Mayor Fougere.
I vote yes.
Carries unanimously, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. So it is now just after 6 o'clock, and as per our bylaw, I'll entertain a motion either to adjourn or to take a break and come back to finish off the agenda. So I'm looking for a motion.
Continue.
Councillor Bryce, I'd like to move a break.
Move a break, okay. Seconder,
Barbie seconds that.
okay. Let's do the vote, Mr. Clerk.
Start with you, Councillor Bryce, please.
In favor.
Councillor Young.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
Mr. Clerk, in breaking with a long tradition, I'll vote in favor.
Did I hear that right?
Wow.
Councillor Stevens.
Go have a nap.
Well, if Bob's staying, I'll stay. Yes.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor, I guess.
Councillor Murray.
In favor.
Councillor O'Donnell.
In favor?
Councillor Mancinelli.
I totally agree.
Councillor Flagel.
Yes, please.
Mayor Fougere.
Absolutely, yes.
It's 11-0, Your Worship. It carries.
Incredible. So let's come back at give a half-hour break at 25 to the hour. Thank you, everyone. See you in half an hour. So I'd like to reconvene the council meeting. Madam Clerk, we have everybody on the line. Okay. Thanks, everyone, and if I could ask you to go back to close to the agenda on the second page for the city manager's report. This would be on the residential land uses in industrial zones, zoning bylaw amendment. This is CM 20-19. And before I ask for a motion for concurrence on this one, I'd ask the city manager to give us some background on that. Mr. City Manager?
I'll get
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship. So council requested that administration bring a report forward that would provide options for regulations of residential land uses within industrial areas. And so the report before you is our assessment of what other options that we could do. We did do some preliminary consultation, we did consultation. It was selected consultation because of the industrial lands. And what you have before you is our recommendations with respect to how we would address this item. And that's outlined in Appendix A of the report.
Thank you for that. So, a motion to put the report on the table, please. Anyone?
So move, Councillor Bryce.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Seconder?
Andrew.
Mr. Stevens, thank you for that. Any comments by members of council? Councillor Stevens.
Great, thank you. If administration could you outline the significant changes, or if any, that has been brought about by this report, just as a high-level overview of what the implications are and how it differs from the initial form it took in the zoning bylaw?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship. So the recommended option is that previously part of the issue is the interpretation of accessory uses within industrial areas. Through this research, we looked at other cities, and what we would be recommending is that accessory residential uses required to support an industrial operation would be located within the principal use of the building. So those would be like caretaker units or security quarters or respite areas. So that would be, those would be typical of the dwelling units, sleeping, cooking, and washing facilities. They would be more permanent in nature, but small scale. We used to have something similar in the zoning bylaw years ago and it was taken out, but we are recommending that we put that back in because that does come up from time to time, and that's how we were using the accessory uses before. This will be just more clear, and that we add the temporary camps for workers associated with an industrial or construction activity. They would be more temporary in nature, but may vary in scale. We obviously have had some situations where in industrial areas where we might need a type of camp, and we used to be able to accommodate that through our zoning bylaw previously with respect to like a contract zone for a limited amount of time, but that was taken out of the old bylaw. So what we'd be recommending is that we add that and that it would be discretionary. One of the things that would be added though is there would be different thresholds, excuse me, with respect to those uses. So the amendment would be residential, or pardon me, for work camps, there'd be, if it's less than 20 beds, it would just be considered a permitted use, but if it's over, then it would go into a discretionary use discretionary use process.
Dr. Stevens?
Yes, thank you. This makes perfect sense, and I appreciated the research and the stakeholder engagement. You know, we voted today on several discretionary use applications around alley overlay. It kind of makes sense if there's a request to build a small residential area on an industrial lands. This process makes sense. In the report, it reads, work camps be included as defined land use and be accommodated as discretionary use if accommodating more than 20 beds. Is that a kind of per trailer, or is that in its entirety?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship, that would be 20 beds in total.
Okay. So there's only a handful, as the report mentions, of large enterprises in the city, the refinery being one, that would use this, and they have time to time with turnarounds, the labor dispute not included. What would council be able to ask for? And specifically, would we have access to, when administration brought forward this application, would we have access to environmental assessments? Would we have access or the right to request, for instance, a major hazards report?
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, Your Worship. Yes, as a discretionary use, anything that's pertinent as per the Planning and Development Act to help council make their decision whether or not the use is suitable for that site would be definitely be able to be asked for. Okay.
If through the chair, if administration could walk me through an example, and you can use an existing one, you don't have to name the enterprise, but can you walk through an example of how this process would work from beginning to end if a large company wanted to use a work camp?
Charlotte?
Yeah, through you, Your Worship. So what would happen is if it was over the 20 beds, if it was under the 20, then it would just go through the permitted use, where the administration would look at it, look at the site characteristics, anything to evaluate the application. And then if it was deemed to meet those requirements, then it would get approved. If it was over 20, then we would go through the discretionary use process, which is similar. It's a similar review. We'd be looking at that, except there would be the public consultation process, which is notification to surrounding surrounding neighbors, and then the posting of the property, and then it would go through our process and then go to Regina Planning Commission, where Planning Commission would consider the application, and then on to council with a recommendation from RPC.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, in one example, you know, where we kind of have a hodgepodge of city-owned land leased, would there be a multitude of applications if it was on land that wasn't necessarily owned by the primary applicant? Or would that kind of be considered as one whole package and part of that 20-bed limit?
Ms. Harlock?
So in that case, we do look at it as per the property in question. So I guess what you're asking is if an entity were able to secure 5 different sites, would they be able to put up 100 beds because each application would be separate? Is that what you're asking?
That's correct.
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, your worship. So I think at this point, we do look at each individual parcel of land for the accommodation. So we would look at that when the applications came in. It wouldn't be based on the entity.
All right. Just final comment through the chair. I appreciate the work, the research. Well done. Thank you very much for this. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Any other comments on the report?
Michael?
Sorry, I forgot to put it on. Councillor Flagel.
Thank you. What I'm wondering about is, you know, we're talking industrial, residential, and so we just passed the, we're pushing the body rub people out. And a lot of those facilities right now, if they're on whatever street they're on, they have a workbench in the front and a bed in the back, or upstairs, or wherever they happen to have it. And now we're pushing them out into the industrial areas. Are we allowing them to have living accommodations within their own work environment in those types of facilities as well in the industrial? Because we've made them leave a residential area, and that might have been their place of living and working. So what do we do in those situations under these new rules if they're there?
Ms. Harlock.
So under the zoning bylaw, it does not permit dwellings as an accessory use. So the proposed bylaw change will not impact the body rubs. They're just not allowed in the industrial zones. So at this point, I might ask Mr. Searle to go through the details of how we would consider that specifically with respect to the BREs.
Mr. Searle.
Through you, your worship, I might just ask Mr. Mario Ben Mario to provide the response to the question.
Mr. Mario.
Yeah, through the chair, accessory dwelling units are not permitted in the industrial zone. Only in very specific cases are they allowed as a discretionary use. This bylaw amendment wouldn't affect how we treat that. So currently they just would not be permitted in an industrial zone.
So if I could, I mean, we're moving these people to light industrial or to industrial zones, if I'm not mistaken. So if they deemed it a work camp to accommodate housing, and we told them they all went into one specific spot. There's 8 of them that we're asking them to move, or 9, or whatever it is, the number. And they all set up shop in one location and built a 20-space work camp, as I think is under the regulations. How do we deal with that? Because if they call it, call it what you want, but there's got to be a way to get through this so that they can have some kind of living accommodations where they work.
Ms. Harlock?
Through you, your worship. So the work camp the definition as per the Appendix A is temporary. It's not permanent.
Okay.
So what you would be asking for is something that would need to be looked at in terms of allowing permanent residences in an industrial area specific to body rub establishment. Right
Okay.
now, our understanding is that at least my knowledge of the existing one in the industrial area, they don't live there. But I think what you're saying is the ones we heard from in other areas in the city, they do live there. But
Right.
with the way the regulations are, they wouldn't be allowed to live there. They could work though.
Thanks. So through you, I just want to clarify. So on McDonald Street is the one industrial, if that's the one I think we're talking about. There's a living facility upstairs. So if somebody wanted to go across the street and put a facility in there, it's the same way that back in the 50s and 60s in all the small towns, you had the store and people lived above it. You have Ross Grocery Center today in Regina, grocery store on the bottom, living accommodations on the top. You have a body rub place, both the same thing. So how do we decide, do we tell those people they can't do that anymore because we got new laws? Or do we allow other ones to go in across the street that look exactly the same? That's all I'm trying to get at, is because this thing, we've started to create that these people are getting pushed out of the Victoria Avenue area as an example, and now we're saying you can work there, but you can't live there, but you've been living and working in the same building. So I'm trying to figure it out for them.
Ms. Harlock.
Through your worship. So we might have some legally non-conforming residential and industrial areas right now, but that's the key. It's legally non-conforming. If council wants to consider this specific thing for BREs, then we would need to bring something very specific back with respect to BREs. But currently, the way the bylaw is set up, it would not be permitted.
Okay, good. I'm good, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Anyone else? Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. I will start with you, Councillor Bryce, please.
In favor.
Councillor Murray.
Favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Young.
In favor.
Councillor O'Donnell.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
I had a technical difficulty. I just logged back in and I can't vote without knowing what's going on, so I have to abstain. Sorry, just got back to the meeting.
Just say yes.
Councillor
Do
Flagel.
it. That's not just gonna let me.
Yes.
Mayor Fougere.
Oh, yes.
Carries 10-0, Your Worship.
Okay, we'll move on to our next report. This is the City of Regina Board of Education Center Collegiate Land Exchange. Executive Committee. Councillor Flagel.
Okay. This is EX 20-21. Approve a letter of understanding and terms contained therein with the Regina Board of Education to resolve Central Collegiate Land Exchange Agreement. Number 2, authorize administration to carry out the necessary steps. And number 3, require administration to report back on any substantive changes to the terms and conditions of and approve. Basically, this is about years ago in 1994 or something like that, we took land over from the former Central Collegiate, and now it's a beautiful park with some memorabilia in there, and we offered up some land to the school boards that goes right beside the school parks and land that they have available today. I think there's like six different locations. So Rosemont School, Reddy, Jack McKenzie, Glen Elm School, Grant Road School, and Dieppe. 4 hectares, I should say, sorry. And it would be transferred over, and we would do a land swap, so pretty much like that.
Thank you, Councillor Flagel. Seconder, please.
Councillor Bryce, I'll second it.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Any discussion on the report? Mr. Clerk?
Thank you. I will start with you, Councillor Flagel, please.
Yes.
Councillor Mancinelli.
Yes.
Councillor O'Donnell.
Yes.
Councillor Bryce.
Yes.
Councillor Murray. Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
Yes.
Councillor Stevens.
Yes.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Young.
Yes.
And Mayor Fougere.
I vote yes.
Passes unanimously, Your Worship.
Thank you. Next report is Report 58. This is a 2021 revaluation. And before I ask for a motion, I'd ask the administration if they have any comments on the report. Ms. Schultz?
No, I have no, unless we could send it forward to have Ms. Bryden introduce the report.
Ms. Bryden? Any comments?
Yes, thank you. Through the chair. Sorry, it took me a little bit to get my speakers turned on. Provincial legislation requires the assessed value of every property in Saskatchewan to be updated every 4 years. And 2021 is a revaluation year. And the impact on property owners is that their property will be assessed at a new value with a base date as of January 1st, 2019. The value will be then used in the calculation of the 2021 property taxes. And the report before you today provides an update on the activities undertaken to date with respect to the revaluation and also the work that remains to be completing the process. The preliminary results of the revaluation indicate the total property value of all properties in Regina has decreased about 5.3%. With the commercial and industrial class of properties, we'll see an overall increase of approximately 3%. As in past revaluation years, there's a wide range of changes as it relates to the commercial properties. And as a result, the report is seeking council endorsement of the guidelines and principles consistent with what has been used in the past to consult with the business community on options for a phase-in of tax changes for commercial properties. It's very important to note that revaluation is revenue neutral for the city. There's no financial impacts to the city property tax revenue. The property tax system is the mechanism used to fairly distribute property tax levy to all property owners, with the result being that in a revaluation year, increases or decreases due to revaluation do not necessarily mean an increase or decrease in property tax for a property. And back to you. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Ms. Bryden. Okay, this is the Executive Committee report, so Councillor Flagel.
Thank you, and I'll introduce EX 20-23, and it's recommended endorse the guidelines and principles for consultant on a commercial phase-in policy as outlined in this report. Instruct administration to continue the consultation with the business community on the option for phase-in of tax changes for commercial properties due to the 2021 evaluation. Bring forward a report on tax policy options in the first quarter of 2021. Approve these recommendations, and it was approved at, I guess it would be today's date, right? As opposed to June 24th? We don't have to worry about that? Okay. And I just need a concurrence on this.
Seconder for that, please.
Your Worship, I'll second that. Hawkins?
Okay, thank you. And the report, actually, it's 58 doesn't mention that recommendation. Councillor Flagel, you finished? You want to keep going?
No, I'm good.
Okay. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just have one question for the administration. Is it possible that the assessed value of my property could go down, and yet my municipal taxes could go up, assuming no change in the mill rate? And can you explain the circumstances under which that might happen?
Ms. Bryden?
Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, Councillor Hawkins, that is possible. In the case where your assessed value decreases, but it does not decrease more than the average decrease within the residential class. If it decreases more than the average decrease, you would likely see a decrease in your property taxes. But if your decrease is higher than the average decrease, you might see a increase.
And Your Worship, as a follow-up, if I might.
Sure.
What effort is the administration making to explain that to the residents?
Ms. Bryden?
Through your worship, we are working to develop a very extensive communication plan to explain that situation for our residents and property owners. This is a very different year from previous revaluations. Previous revaluations, we've seen values increase. And so this is a very different situation for us. However, our property owners have been pretty educated over the last few years and are starting to understand revaluation, and we'll continue to work with them to help them.
Thank you. I appreciate your effort. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins.
What is it, bud?
Any other speakers to the report? Mr. Clerk.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Worship. I'll start with you again, Councillor Flagel, please.
Yes.
Councillor Mancinelli.
Yes.
Councillor O'Donnell.
In agreement.
Councillor Bryce.
In favor.
Councillor Murray.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Young.
In favor.
Mayor Fougere.
I vote yes.
Carries unanimously, Your Worship.
Thank you. Finance Administration Committee, the annual report and public accounts for 2019. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I will move that on behalf of Finance and Admin. It's an annual report that comes through with all the public accounts.
Okay. Thank you for that. Have a seconder, please.
I'll second that, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Any discussion? Any questions? Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will start with you, Councillor Bryce, please. Councillor Bryce?
Sorry, I was flipping back to the report. It just took a second to get back here. I vote in favor.
Councillor Murray?
In favor.
Councillor Findura?
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani?
In favor.
Councillor Stevens?
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins?
In favor.
Councillor Young?
In favor.
Councillor Flagel?
Yes.
Councillor Mancinelli?
In favor.
Councillor O'Donnell?
In favor.
Mayor Fougere?
I vote yes.
Carries unanimously, Your Worship.
Thank you. Next report, Priorities and Planning Committee, Community Safety and Wellbeing. Councillor Flagel, if you could introduce that, please. Report 20-60.
Hang on, yep. Where am I?
If I could ask the administration for a summary of this. Ms. Harlock, do you want to just give an overview of the report?
Through you, Your Worship. So in November of 2019, City Council directed administration to propose an approach to developing a community safety and well-being plan for Regina. So we did present the report on May 19th, CP&P committee outlining this approach. So the community safety and well-being plan will identify a strategy to address social issues such as poverty, addictions, mental health, and inequality within vulnerable populations of Regina. By addressing these issues of well-being, a preventative approach to crime reduction is taken and the goal of a healthier, safer, and more socially inclusive communities is achieved. So what we are recommending is that the city invest $50,000 from the Strategic Initiatives Fund to develop the community safety and well-being plan. The development of the plan fulfills Council's directive to outline strategies for crime reduction and enhance community safety, and it supports the objectives of the Regina Official Community Plan related to long-term social inclusion of marginalized populations. The development of the plan will be collaborative and a multidisciplinary process of working with community partners throughout Regina, and the objective of developing a strategy to align the work and the resources of diverse sectors and agencies, ensuring a coordinated prioritization of issues and interventions. We'd be happy to answer any questions that
Thank you, Ms.
council
Harlock. Councillor Flagel.
Yep, good. CR 20-60, and that City Council direct administration to develop a community safety and well-being plan for council consideration and approval in Q2 of 2021 based on the approach outlined in this report. Back in March 18th of 2020, this report was tabled at the Planning and Priorities. At the May 19th, 2020 meeting, the Planning and Priority Committee, the committee considered the attachment PPC 20-5 report from City Planning and Community Development Division. Running order, I'll address the committee, and the committee adopted a resolution to concur in the recommendations contained in the report after making an amendment to have City Council approve these recommendations at its June 24th meeting. Recommend concurrence.
Seconder for that, please.
Councillor
Andrew.
Okay, Councillor Massinelli, I think I got your name there. Discussion on the report. Councillor Stevens.
That wasn't me this time. It was for a different.
Okay, that's 2 minutes. Okay, anybody want to speak to it? Mr. Clerk.
I will begin with you, Councillor Flagel, please.
Yes.
Councillor Young.
Yes.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Murray.
In favor.
Councillor Bryce.
In favor.
Councillor O'Donnell.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Mayor Fougere.
I vote yes.
Carries unanimously, Your Worship.
Thank you. Next report is proposed amendments to the public notice bylaw, report 2062. If I could have a Councillor Flagel introduce that as well, please.
Sure. This is PPC 20-7, and it's Priority and Planning Committee recommended that City Council approve a new public notice policy bylaw, generally in the form of a draft bylaw set out in Appendix A, to consolidate and establish minimum public notice requirements pursuant to the Cities Act and Planning and Development Act of 2007. Direct the City Solicitor to prepare the necessary bylaw, approve an amendment to Appendix A of the Development Application Fee Bylaw 2008 by replacing the existing advertising fee with a per advertisement amount based on current leader post pricing. Remove EX 14-25 in the outstanding list items from Executive Committee, and then approve these recommendations at its June 24th meeting, and therefore consider the related bylaws and conduct required public hearings at its July 29th, 2020 meeting after advertising the required public notices. Recommend concurrence.
Seconder, please.
Your Worship, I'll second it, Hawkins.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. You have the floor, Councillor Hawkins.
I just have a quick question for the administration, Your Worship. Print ads placed in the newspaper by the city are often in tiny little letters and very complex and boring and dull, and people sort of don't read them or don't read them with any enthusiasm. Is there anything we can do to make the information that the city is conveying to the public more inviting, more readable, more attractive or catching to the eye?
Ms. Folk.
Through you, Your Worship. all very good comments, and I know our citizen experience team is looking at how we can leverage our online tools. I know there are some specific requirements that we do need to meet with planning applications in particular, and some of that is trying to find that balance between the legalese, so to speak, in terms of ensuring the appropriate planning is in place. But there are many opportunities that I know Ms. Svensson and her team are looking at, and how we can ensure that there's a clear understanding.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to follow up, you mentioned online, but would you also undertake the same exercise with respect to the print media?
Ms. Folk?
Through Your Worship, absolutely.
Thank you, Your Worship. Very encouraging.
Thank you. The next speaker, Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just have a question. Have we asked or checked with other municipalities of what they do and how they advertise? Like, I know many people don't even get the newspaper anymore. I know there's the online option, but I agree with Councillor Hawkins. It's going to be some way that it sticks out. I hear so many people always commenting saying, I didn't even know it was advertised, I didn't see it. I'm just wondering if we also would be checking with other municipalities to see kind of what other options are out there to ensure that we've kind of looked at every option to do our due diligence in advertising and getting the message out.
Ms. Harlock.
Through you, Your Worship. So we have looked at what other municipalities have done. As Ms. Folk said, there is statutory requirements within the Planning and Development Act, but these bylaw amendments let us become more Regina-made, so to speak, on how we're going to do this. I think the things that we're proposing are going to help to ensure that we do have different avenues in order to get the messaging out to different groups of people with respect to applications that are coming through our planning processes. So this is something that we'll continue to review and work with Ms. Folk's area to ensure that we're continually monitoring and looking at new ways to get the information out. But right now, these are the main mediums that we would be looking at in order to get that messaging out.
Councillor Bresciani?
Yeah, okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. If I could just comment on this, and this is more coming from municipalities of Saskatchewan point of view. We have lobbied the government on this topic. Please realize that there's an awful lot of daily and weekly newspapers that don't exist anymore. So for in many communities, this is not a possibility where you can use your local paper. The changes that were made to the recent Cities Act were done by the province, and probably in likelihood because of a lobbying effort on some people's part. So this is not about what other communities do or don't do. This is what's allowed in legislation. And I think it's going to have to be a renewed effort in the next go around on legislation to get some enhancements so that we can do other things as municipalities to actually advertise to the citizens. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Other speakers to the report? Mr. Clerk?
Councillor Flagel, if I could begin with you again, please.
Sure, yes.
Councillor Young?
Yes.
Councillor Hawkins?
Yeah.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens?
Favor.
Councillor Bresciani?
In favor.
Councillor Findura?
In favor.
Councillor Murray?
Favor.
Councillor Bryce?
In favor.
Councillor O'Donnell?
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli?
In favor.
Mayor Fougere?
I vote yes.
Carries unanimously, Your Worship.
Thank you. So we have three information reports. One's on the Buffalo Pond Water Treatment Plant Annual Report for 2019, Finance and Administration Annual Debt Report, and the Mayor's Housing Commission Comprehensive Housing Strategy 2019 Annual Update. If I could have a motion to receive and file these, and a seconder, then have members of council speak to anyone they want to. So a motion.
O'Donnell on the motion.
I'm sorry?
O'Donnell?
O'Donnell?
O'Donnell, okay. And the seconder?
Councillor Young.
Councillor Young, okay. The floor is open for any one of the three reports. Okay, Mr. Clerk, receive and file.
Sure. I will start with you, Councillor O'Donnell, please.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Flagel.
Yes.
Councillor Bryce.
In favor.
Councillor Murray.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Young.
In favor.
Mayor Fougere.
I vote yes.
That also passes 11-0, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Next report is the 2019 Annual Reserve Report. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm just moving back and forth through the report. On behalf of Finance and Admin, I'd like to move this report.
Okay, seconder?
I'll
Councillor
second
Young.
Hawkins.
Okay, Councillor Young. Any comments from the administration on this? Go right ahead.
Through you, Your Worship, the reserve report provides information on the balance of all of the reserves that the city holds. There's 19 reserves for the end of 2019. And at the end of the December of 2019, the reserves totaled $173 million. And what these reserves do are they are a consolidated look at all of our reserves, and they provide information, or they provide four main purposes, mainly to look at major renewal of our capital replacement and maintenance, and they smooth the financial impact of our planned unplanned costs, which a good example this year would be for COVID-19. We respond to opportunities such as using the reserves to match government grants, and they provide opportunities to fund new capital assets, and they are something that we use in order to achieve long-term financial viability. What you'll notice is that 173 million looks like it's a lot of money, but in essence, the majority of the funds held within our reserves are for specific purposes. And of all of the reserves, there are two reserves that provide council with the most flexibility, and that is the General Fund Reserve and the Asset Revitalization Reserve. And the General Fund Reserve is expected to be very close to its minimum balance. And so we look to matching that, or keeping that flexible as we work through the pandemic in the next couple of years.
Thank you, Ms. Schultz, for that. Councillor Bresciani?
Thank you, Your Worship. That was my question in regards to, as we move, we are hearing could be a $20 million deficit here. What is the, you're saying that the option would be out of the general reserve if we needed that. Is that accurate?
Ms. Schultz?
General Fund Reserve?
Through Your Worship, currently we're looking at about $17 million for the current year is what we're projecting potential deficit as a result of the pandemic. And at this point, with the approvals that City Council has made, we have an opportunity in order to finance in this current year what the projected deficit would be. If there's additional resources required in order to offset that, then yes, it would come from the General Fund Reserve.
Councillor Bresciani?
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Hawkins?
Thank you, Your Worship. My question is really a follow-up to that. Some people are saying that we can finance our COVID costs, our shortfall because of COVID, out of the reserves. How prudent would that be? What are the other options? Are the reserves, do they give us a kind of ticket home free?
Ms. Schultz?
Through you, Your Worship, what we're looking to do is to ensure that we have flexibility within our reserves to manage any unforeseen expenses that we would have. Our first option, and the one that we are working with right now, is to look at the services we're providing and find opportunities for savings in our current year and funding the current fiscal pressures that we're seeing this year from within our current resources.
Councillor Hawkins?
Following on, Your Worship, suppose we weren't prepared to drain the reserves because there may be other expenses, and the reserves have other purposes of just getting us over a rough spot. What other options do we have?
Ms. Schultz?
Through you, Your Worship, there is an opportunity for us to take on additional debt that for an operating expenses, although that is not a recommendation that administration would make. It is within a limited ability in order to do that. We would be looking first and foremost to looking at the different services we're providing and finding opportunities to reduce services and find savings. We have done a number of things already, such as a hiring freeze that is allowing us to find some one-time savings in the current year in order to offset the costs. Legally, we are not allowed to run a deficit in a current year, and so if there is a deficit that is experienced by the end of the year, then that funding would have to come from another source, and that source right now would be the general fund reserve.
Councillor Hawkins?
Is it possible that we would have to raise municipal taxes to cover any of this?
Ms. Schultz?
Through you, Your Worship, in order to meet the any costs in the current year, raising taxes is not going to allow us to meet the current year's expenses, but in future years, if there is a need to fund some ongoing expenses or increased expenses in the current year, that is one of the opportunities that could be looked at in the future year 2021 and beyond.
Thank you. Last question, Your Worship. What is our current credit rating? Does the lowering of reserves, could it affect our credit rating? And I've noticed some governments across the country have faced falling credit rating in similar circumstances.
Ms. Schultz?
Through you, Your Worship, the current credit rating that the city has received through S&P Global is a AAA, and that was received in May of this year. It is our current level of reserves is one of the factors that is looked at by the credit agency when they do a review, and so having a reserve policy and limits set around our reserves and how we use them is one of the factors that they look at, and it is a support of a strong fiscal management that we have.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Thank you, June.
Thank you very much. Any other speakers to the report? Mr. Clerk.
I will begin with you, Councillor Bryce, please.
In favor.
Councillor Murray.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Stevens.
In favor.
Councillor Hawkins.
In favor.
Councillor Young.
In favor.
Councillor O'Donnell.
In favor.
Councillor Mancinelli.
In favor.
Councillor Flagel.
Yes.
Mayor Fougere.
I vote yes.
Carries unanimously, Your Worship.
Thank you. Last two items we have are two bylaws, 41 and 44. Councilor Flake.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councilor Murray, that bylaw 2020-41 and 44 be introduced and read a first time.
Anyone opposed? Motion's carried.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councilor Mancinelli, that bylaw 2020-41 and 44 be read a second time.
Anyone opposed? It's carried.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councilor Bryce, that council hereby consent to bylaw 2021 and 44 going to a third reading at this meeting.
Anyone opposed? That's carried unanimously.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councilor Bresciani, that bylaw 2020-41 and 44 be read a third time.
Anyone opposed to the motion? Motion's carried. Motion to adjourn.
So moved, Council Bryce.
Councilor Bryce, then Councilor Flagel. Anyone opposed?
Yeah, no.
There you go. It's always one in the crowd. Motion carried. Good night, everyone.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night, everybody.
Happy Canada Day tomorrow, guys. Happy Canada Day tomorrow.
It's only been 5.5.